Well, my name is Lisa Mart, and I work for IMWCA, which is Iowa Municipalities Workers' Compensation Association. It's a workers' compensation pool in Iowa that insures government entities with workers' comp insurance. I tell everybody my paycheck says the Iowa League of Cities, so I'm technically employed by the Iowa League of Cities, and my business card says IMWCA. So the League of Cities manages the pool. So I was asked today to talk about fire departments, everybody's favorite topic. I have to say, I'm sure you all know Mickey Shields, and he says if you've heard me talk, you've heard me say this, but I'm the bane of every city clerk's existence because I was a former volunteer firefighter and now I'm a library board president. So take that for what it is. So what I do for the league and for IMWCA is I'm a human resources and management advisor. So I help our members or members of the league with HR issues, management issues, just kind of as advocate or somebody that they can reach out and contact if they have questions of those realms. So, with a little bit of public experience that I have, it kind of helps, that I understand the public sector as well as the private. So this QRS code on the screen, I have a couple of poll questions through Slido. So if you don't have to download anything or sign up for anything, if you snap a picture with your phone, it will bring up the link. And so then when we get to the poll questions, you can just answer them on your phone and I can pull it to the slide if we need to, okay? There's just two. And later on, when we get to the slides that have the poll question, it's gonna have it's gonna say poll question, and then there's gonna be like a join now at this text number. That's just in case this QRS doesn't work or something, but you don't have to do anything more if you do the QRS now. So before I move on, does anybody need a minute for the QRS code? Okay, we can always wing it. So before we begin, kind of the overview of this presentation is, trying to decide, who manages the fire department. That's a common question of, what can we do? Who has control? Again, like Mickey says, it's not uncommon, unfortunately, for cities and fire departments to have miscommunication, power struggles, etc. So we're going to talk first about that. Then we're going to talk about the financial aspects of a fire department as it relates to the city. And after that, there's time for questions and discussion. Hopefully you get some questions answered. So obviously in my role as the human resources and management consultant, for the league and IMWCA, and being a former volunteer firefighter EMT, I get a lot of calls from cities asking questions about fire departments. It could be a job description question, what should my job description look like? It's questions that relate to how to deal and discipline a rogue volunteer, who's responsible for that? Is it the chief? Is it the mayor? Is it the city administrator? Who has control? Who can rein that person in? If you've ever worked with me, you know that in order for me to provide you with the best services, I'm going to ask a lot of questions. And specifically to fire departments, it varies. My answer is going to vary depending on the answers to your question with us, how the department's set up, are these individuals paid, etc. And we'll dive deeper into that in the next couple slides. So, but just realize it's not a black and white answer where I can just be like, yep, this is the answer. This is how you treat all fire departments are the same, because they definitely are not. So more information is better, to really understand your department and the dynamics that are involved within your department. So our first poll question, so again, if you didn't get a chance to scan the QRS code, you can text that number to, just text, I think you could just text that number and it will come up with the ability to just do it. I guess I've never checked the text, but okay. So the first poll question is, let me start my poll too. is what method does your city provide fire service? So if you're able to get to the Slido, it's what method does your city provide fire service? There's options are city service, township service, 28E agency, corporation, or 5 other. And then, so I don't know, maybe only one person's gonna right now. Oh, here we go. We got some more people. Excellent. Glad to see it works. I've used it a couple times. So I have like 6 respondents and we're just going to go with that. Oh, so it looks like by a vast majority, 83% of the 6 say it's a city service. 17% say it's a township service. So that's not uncommon. I would say that that's pretty standard in Iowa, that most services are provided by the city, and then with some townships coverage as well, but that's pretty typical to have more city run services. So that is a good thing because it means that you as the city have more oversight than you would with a township service per se. So let's talk a little bit about laws or the state codes. So in Iowa, Iowa Code 364.16 requires cities to provide fire protection services. So, what that means is that a city is required to provide the protection of life and property against fire, and then may equip staff, uniform, and maintain a fire department. That's what that Iowa Code means. Now, Iowa Code 359.42 requires townships to provide fire protection services. So both sections of the code allow the city and or the township to choose the method fire service is offered. So, if a city is so small that they can't sustain the volunteers to have a city ran fire department, maybe they look at a township and they can incorporate some people from outside the city. So there's a couple options for being able to provide fire protection services, but I'm sure you guys are probably in the same situation that most of Iowa is that finding volunteers and individuals to serve in that capacity is very, very tough, especially now. Getting volunteers to want to be volunteer firefighters makes it extremely difficult for a city or anybody. So the league put out a fire emergency response service manual, and it was created by George Oster, I believe. Maybe Pat Callahan had some input. I had some input. So the league has that for your, ability. I should have pulled it and I could linked it, but I can get it to you guys if it's something that you're looking for or need. But on page 1 of that fire and emergency response services in Iowa manual, it states that then enactment of an ordinance that establishes a fire, EMS, or emergency response department will define the duties and responsibilities of the department, its personnel, and then that's including the appointment of the fire chief, how the department will operate, and clarify the overall purpose of the department. So what that means, is the city has the ability to define the entity that is legally responsible to manage and finance the department. So essentially it is the city's responsibility to have fire protection. If they choose to do a fire ran department through the city, they can do that. If they choose to do a township, they can do that. They just have to provide the fire services in one way or another. So does anybody have an ordinance like this? And I guess hopefully you have an ordinance like this in place. So with this hybrid presentation, it's kind of hard to get people to respond in chat when some of you are not in chat. So hopefully, I'll just say, instead of asking, hopefully you all have an ordinance in place that defines how your city is providing fire protection. So obviously we kind of talked about a little bit about the different types of fire departments. Most of us in this audience have city service. Then there's township. Sometimes there's 28E fire protection services, like a fire district. And I know that currently in Iowa, fire districts that are established are legally able to provide fire protection. But for unfortunately, my understanding is that you cannot create a new fire district in Iowa today as it stands, which is unfortunate because as we see towns get smaller and volunteers not not volunteering, or people not volunteering, at some point I think the legislature is going to have to pass something that individuals can district together, because I think as the opportunity for volunteers shrinks, cities are going to have to look at other options to provide their fire protection. And then there's contracted or corporation, but we really don't see much of that in Iowa. And I was going to say, as we go along, I mean, I guess if you have questions, somebody can ask. Otherwise, I will take questions at the end too. So a city department. So a city ran fire department, like what most of us have. I think of the 6 people, 83% responded that they have a city department. So if you are a city department and you're calling me with a question, or you're calling whoever with a question, these are some of the questions that I'm going to ask back that I need to know to help you with your process. So that means you need to know the answers to these. So questions cities should know the answer to if the fire department is a city. So if the fire department is ran through the city, you need to know these answers. And if you answer no to any of the following, do you have a good reason why it's no? So city ran department, is the clerk or financial officer in charge of managing the funds? Does the clerk, financial officer, see the financial records? Are they aware what the department's spending, or are you blind to it? If you answer no, that clerk or financial officer is not in charge of managing funds, there's probably an issue there. Do you have an emergency services account within the general fund? If you don't have emergency services account within your general fund, again, there's probably an issue there. And are you levying taxes for emergency services? And if you're not, there's probably an issue. So as a city ran department, those are things that you should be doing, and you should, you obviously should be answering yes to those questions. Also, questions you need to answer as a city ran fire department. Do you work, so does the city itself or the city clerk administrator work in tandem with the department to establish a budget to include and identify all revenues and expenditures? Is that, if it's no, again, there's an issue. Does the purchase of large equipment or stations fall under capital expenses? Do you work with the fire department association or auxiliary? Do they provide financial statements to the city to be used in the city audit? So any of those questions, if they're answered no, there's probably an issue, because you as a city running your fire department should have some control, or the control, and then you work in tandem with the department. It's not the department's decision to decide what their budget's going to be or what they're going to spend their money on or under. They are a department of the city, just like Public Works, just like Parks and Rec. They're a department, and they need oversight from the city. And when we see departments go a little bit rogue, it's because these cities don't realize that they have the control. They hold the purse strings per se, and that the fire department is really a department of the city and not allowed to do what they want and make those decisions. And unfortunately, we see a lot of times where the fire department think that they can do whatever they want, and that they just get a lump sum of money from the city and they can spend it however they want. And that's not true, and that's not correct. So what happens if you're going to partner with other agencies? So questions you should have knowledge of if you're partnering with another agency. So if you are having, a 28E with a township service, or if you have a 28E agreement, if that's the type of service that your city is using to provide fire protection services, these are questions you should know, or you should have knowledge of this if your fire department structured that way. So how good is your communication with the entity providing fire protection? So how good is your communication with that township or the 28E that's providing that service? Are they keeping in touch with you? Are you just paying like a check every year for fire protection services and you never hear from them again? You know, do you have any say? Do you know what they're spending money on? Are they giving you a report? Do you have an updated contract or 28E agreement? You know, when's the last time the city reviewed the contract or agreement? Do you understand what's in that agreement or that contract? Do you know what it says? This is an important one. Have you ever checked to make sure they form their corporation under the provisions of the 504 of the state code? So like, do you really know that they are their own entity or that they're a corporation? Or are they just a group of people saying that they are, you know, an entity and not having the proof to back it? Have they applied for tax exempt status as a 501c3? Is that something that you know the answer to? And then the last question is, are they following audit requirements? So if they're not providing you with any budget information or for your audit, are they following audit requirements, including accounting for all funds and expenses? Are they filing with the IRS? And the reason you want to know these things is, you know, my guess is if you're contracting with other entities for work for the city, you probably have some of this information. So why would it be different if you're contracting with the fire protection service? A contract's a contract, or 28E agreement is the same whether it's with the fire department or another entity. You should have access to this information. And if you don't, then I strongly suggest those of you that have a contract fire department or a 28E agreement or a township, that you follow up and you find out the answers to these questions so that you can adequately, you know, have a good relationship and you know who's providing your services and that they're, for lack of a better word, legal in how they're doing their businesses or how their corporation is put together, and are they, you know, following audits just like everybody else? Because you wouldn't want something to go wrong on their end and then you have an association with them because they're your fire protection services provider. So also when it comes to partnering with other agencies, you have to kind of understand and obviously know what your responsibilities are and what theirs are. So if the corporation or, you know, the township, district, whatever, manages the volunteer firefighters and do they provide any or all insurance? Because they should. So if you have a contract or 28E agreement with somebody that's providing fire protection services, you know, the city should not be providing any insurance to those individuals, like no property casualty, liabilities, workers' compensation, unless it's a portion of that contract or there's been something agreed upon in the contract. You know, it's a city department, so this would have to provide those for those individuals. But if it's a 28E agreement or a contract, a township, that's not the city's responsibility unless, of course, it's dictated in the contract or the agreement. You know, the city is, so the corporation, again, I'm going to say that again because it's important. The corporation manages the volunteer firefighters. Again, this is for not city ran departments, but townships, 28Es, etc. The corporation manages the volunteer firefighters and provides any or all insurance. And this would include property casualty, liabilities, workers' compensation. The city's responsibility is to hold a contract and pay for services. Whew. It might just seem like you have a little worry about here with, you might think based on this, okay, oh, the city only has to hold the contract and pay for services. We really don't have much to worry about. You know, we don't have very much responsibility. The city is just pays the bill, right? Well, if you said, you know, no, you don't think that the corporation has insurance or that, you know, you just hold the contract, it could be a little bit of problematic. Because again, I kind of mentioned in the last slide, how many other businesses or corporations do you do business with that, you know, follow correct auditing practices and file with the IRS? You know, if you found out that one of the, you know, companies that you contract with, let's just say, excavation company, if you find out that they aren't doing auditing and that they're not filing, their documents and taxes with the IRS, is the city going to continue to do business with them? I'm going to say probably not, because it looks really poorly on the city and taxpayer money that you're partnering with somebody that doesn't, file with the IRS or, audit their books. So if you aren't willing to have a relationship with somebody like that in a different capacity, why would you be okay with allowing a fire department to do the same thing? And I think, unfortunately, a lot of times fire departments don't do those things because they don't know they're supposed to do those things, like 28E agreements or townships. They don't know, because there's such a turnover with chiefs and with the firefighters that they just want to be firefighters. They don't want to be business people. Sometimes it's hard enough to even get somebody to volunteer to be the chief. So I don't think it's because they're out to fraud the government or anything, or, be fraudulent to you. It's just that they don't know. So you really, as the city and the partner with this contract, want to make sure that they're doing business correct, just like anybody else you would partner with. Okay, that leads us to our next poll question. So the next poll question, hold on, is, are your firefighters, 1, employed full or part-time, 2, volunteers not paid, 3, paid on call, 4, none of the above, 5, all of the above? So it looks like I have 3 responses so far and 4 responses. Looks like 60% of our volunteers that aren't paid, 20% are paid on call, 17% are paid on call. Okay, we got, sorry. Now I have my 6 respondents. So 67% are volunteers not paid. 17% are paid on call, and 17% are none of the above. So for the person that put none of the above, I'm going to have a place to put questions and answers or open text. I'm interested to hear at the end of the presentation, like what your setup is, just out of curiosity. So if at the end of the presentation, I'll have on the app, a place for you to put questions or information. And again, everything is like, I don't see anybody's names or anything. So don't worry about me knowing where you are, who you're coming from. But if you would put like how your department is functioning or what your firefighters are, that would just be helpful for my information. So moving on to like volunteer firefighters, and volunteer as a term is kind of a misnomer, because there are, like, as in the quiz, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to look at a volunteer. So is it a volunteer? Is it paid? There's paid volunteers, there's paid on call, so how do you make the distinction? So you have to look in a variety of places, obviously, to try to determine if a volunteer is true volunteer or if they're an employee or not. And it's not always clear how it is to get that answer, unfortunately. Again, that's why I ask a lot of questions when I talk to cities about their departments. You can't really get this answer unless you understand how your department is set up and you know the answers to the following questions. So these are some of the questions I would ask if I was talking to a city about their department. So does the fire department have bylaws that they have to abide by, or are they covered by city policies? So, and then the big one I always ask is, are your firefighters paid, and how? So are they paid an hourly wage? Are they paid per call? Are they paid on call or by a stipend? And who pays them? Is it a payroll check from the city? Is it like accounts payable from the city? Or is it paid by an association or a township, because they got the money from the city? So those are big questions that can help determine if somebody's an employee or not. Who selects the chief? Are they appointed by the council? Are they selected by the fire department? Who purchased the equipment? and provides the buildings and insurance. Is the association purchase the equipment and own the building? Or is it the city? And unfortunately, sometimes we see where, cities own the building, provide the insurance, but the association pays for the equipment. And so it can really make it muddy and gray. So, it's obviously, again, it's good to understand where the city falls in these questions, where the department falls. And then like a big question is who or actually what control does the city have over bringing on new firefighters and getting rid of poor performers? So is the council approving the I'm like blanking on the list of firefighters. So like the list that you have of firefighters, does the council approve that every year? Or is it just that the department can hire bring on whoever they want and the city has no say? Those are big questions to determine who has control and maybe who currently has control but probably shouldn't have control. So to help you kind of find answers to those questions, we're going to start with the IRS, everybody's favorite place to start. The IRS specifically states that tax laws apply to firefighters. It doesn't matter whether firefighters are termed volunteers or if they're considered employees or if they're identified by another name. If the work they do is subject to the will and control of the payer, under the common law rules, they are employees for federal tax purposes. So the big thing here is for those individuals that said that, that they're not paid, they're volunteers that are not paid, this obviously wouldn't come into play. But if the city is the payer and you are issuing payment in one way or another, whether AP or payroll, and to these volunteer firefighters, they're still considered employees for federal tax purposes. So similarly, it doesn't matter whether they're paid on an on-call basis or monthly or hourly or yearly, etc. Or if the worker is working full-time or part-time or paid on call, these payments are wages and should be reported on a Form W-2. And they're subject to withholding for federal income tax, Social Security, and Medicare purposes. So if it's a city department and the city's paying insurance and the city's paying for equipment and the city's paying for the building and the city cuts a check to the association and the association pays the firefighters, my understanding is that's kind of a little mixed way of doing things. If it's a city department, the city should pay these individuals as employees. So the employers are obviously responsible for withholding these wages and filing the Form 941. And if the worker is a common law employee, which is kind of what we reported with the IRS, is what it means, is it's a common law. So if the worker falls in that common law definition, any amounts received that are non-exempt under a special provision are reported on the Form W-2 as wages. So it doesn't matter what those payments are called. Now, the exception, because there's always an exception, is if they're not under the umbrella of the city. So if this volunteer department and these volunteers are not under the umbrella of the city and they are, contracted, or there's a 28E agreement in place, like with a township, stating a different entity is responsible to pay these entities, or they're not paid, they're totally volunteers, the city would then hold the contract and then pay a fee for service, monthly, yearly, etc. And then it would be that other entity that pays those individuals if they're paid. So if it's a township or a 28E agreement or a district, and truly they have control over those firefighters, the city just pays for services, and it's up to that other entity how they pay their volunteers, if they pay them at all. Now, again, I know that there are some departments that are city-ran departments that are strictly volunteers. They're not paid anything, and that's fine. You're fine calling them volunteers. You're fine not paying them. But if you pay them anything, the big thing to remember is they are potentially employees. And where that gets tricky then, and I might talk about this a little bit later, is if you're paying them anything and they are, even if they're paid volunteers, then those number of employees that you're paying, volunteer firefighters, can then go and affect like your Department of Labor numbers, or your numbers for if you're should be falling within FMLA, the 50 employees, or the 15 for the Americans with Disabilities Act. So those individuals that are employees can adjust those numbers as well. So keep that in mind. So then the next, we look at the Department of Labor. So the International Association of Fire Chiefs, which is the IAFC, went to Congress to try to end the confusion over if a volunteer firefighter is an employee or not. Because again, it's not clear, it's not black and white. And then oftentimes when departments were trying to clarify this, they would get conflicting information by city and county attorneys. So, they went to Congress, they tried to get this figured out. And after 3 years, the Department of Labor ruled that if a volunteer firefighter was paid an amount that generally would not exceed 20% of the total compensation of a full-time firefighter would be, so essentially if what you're paying your firefighters or your volunteer firefighters is 20% less than what a full-time firefighter would make at a full-time department, then it would be deemed a nominal fee and therefore would not endanger the volunteer firefighter status. So, you would have to kind of understand at that point what a full-time firefighter would make, in Iowa. So, and if you're paying your individual, over 20% of what that firefighter is getting paid, then they're an employee. But if it's less than that 20%, then it's a volunteer status. And really, that's the Department of Labor. So that would really only affect like those numbers, to FMLA, the numbers for like the ADA, because you have two different entities telling you two different things. We had the IRS previously, so they are not taking this definition, they're taking their definition, and then the Department of Labor is taking their own definition. So you kind of have to know that even though maybe you're paying less than 20%, according to the IRS, you still need to pay, taxes and run it through payroll. But if, it might not affect the Department of Labor the same. So I know it's kind of confusing and I'm happy to discuss it more, but just realize that there are different entities that have different opinions on how it's done. And it then means that, they might be an employee by the IRS standpoint, but they might not by the Department of Labor. So this is a slide that actually was a graph that was published by the Managing Volunteer Firefighters for I guess the title is, it is the Managing Volunteer Firefighters for FLSA Compliance. So a guide for fire chiefs and community leaders. And so what it is it's the Department of Labor's response to a series of hypothetical questions or situations posed by the IAFC. So the Department of Labor shows that the following payments may qualify as nominal fees. So like, the first one is if a firefighter gets paid $1,200 per year, that regardless of the number of shifts or the amount of time spending to calls, responding to calls, and there was no additional payments, then, these situations it would be where they could call it nominal and they wouldn't lose that volunteer status. So then in my unlegal opinion, because I'm not an attorney, potentially those individuals would not go against your like 50 count for FMLA or your 15 count for the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. Again, super confusing, but I just want you to know, I don't expect you to walk out of this knowing exactly all these laws and regulations. I just want you to know or be aware that there are more to just not knowing what's going on. I think sometimes, and I'm the same way that, the more I know, the more stressed I get. So I would rather be the person that sticks their head in the sand and just hope that everything goes well. But I'm in this presentation, I'm hoping that you understand that it's not always best to just look the other way or stick your head in the sand. You want to be knowledgeable so you don't get into any type of issue or problem. So moving on, insurances to consider. So who provides the insurance? If it's a city department that falls within the city and ran by the city should be providing the insurance. If it's a corporation or 28E township, if the city's providing the insurance, I'm going to say why. Why are you providing that insurance? And then do you really realize what your risk and responsibilities are by providing that insurance? So, you know, if you are providing insurance to the fire department, regardless if it's the city or the corporation, make sure you understand your risk and you mitigate it. So if you're providing insurance and you have no oversight or no ability to decide who's going to be on the department, or no ability to remove somebody from the department, you could be in a very compromised situation. So you potentially are providing insurance for, you know, a department that may be willing to bring somebody on that has had an OWI, or, you know, that has a poor driving record, and you're going to be paying more insurance because you don't know and don't have any control. Or, you know, so I would say in the situations like where it's a township or a 28E, there better be a pretty good reason why you are paying for the insurance and they are not. And that's where, again, I think I said it before, it gets gray when you have like townships or corporations or 28Es, and then they expect you to pay for everything, because really it's not a department of the city, and it should be treated the same way you do with any other contract or contract labor that you're contracting with. So, you know, what does that mean? Well, again, if you're paying insurance or you're paying a 28E, you know, obviously you want, and you don't have as much management control, you know, these are things that you should be asking yourself, like, do you allow anyone to join the fire department? Is there a selection process? You know, these are things you should think about for whatever way your department is set up, city, other. You know, do you do background checks, motor vehicle checks, contingent on upon hire or appointment? You know, do you know what kind of checks are being done on these individuals? And I know it's hard because people want to volunteer, but like we know, if you're paying them, they're employees and they're not just volunteers, you can get in trouble for the actions that they take. You know, are you doing annual, and when I say you, okay, so if it's the city, these are questions for you, but if it's the 28E or a corporation or a contract, are they doing these? So, you know, are they, if not you, are they doing background checks or motor vehicle record checks? Are either one of you doing annual or routine, you know, motor vehicle checks? Because these individuals could be driving like very expensive fire trucks and very expensive ambulances. You know, are you making sure that they're able to drive them carefully? Do you have a policy that firefighters report, you know, personal motor vehicle violations? That should be a policy for anybody driving a city vehicle. Do you do pre-employment drug tests and physicals? And if you're doing those for these volunteers or for any employee within the city, you know, make sure that you follow, have an attorney that would write your policy, because it can be done. I think it should be done, but there are two different theories of thought on drug testing in the public sector from attorneys. Some say, yes, you can do it. Some say, no, you can't, only pre-employment, etc. So just make sure if you're doing any type of drug testing, you've reached out to an attorney and they are the one that has drafted your policy and will protect you if something goes awry. Another question, does the council approve new firefighters? Do you have a policy for removal of firefighters? Do you have the ability to remove a firefighter that's not a good representative of the city or the department? So, you know, that's background tests. We talked about that. Other questions, do you allow anyone to join the fire department? Or do you have a selection process? Do you do any type of, you know, any type of like check on these firefighters? And I'm not saying social media checks or anything like that, because for Iowa courts, I know people do those, and that's a whole different presentation, but be very careful when you're doing those as your only background check, or even when you're doing that as a background check, because potentially you could see some protected information on somebody's personal social media. Or even if you check Iowa courts, you could see, you know, arrests and not convictions, and you can't use that information against somebody if it's not a conviction. So that's a whole different presentation, but be careful about that. So rolling into workers' compensation. So this again makes this term volunteer makes things confusing, because in Iowa, the workers' comp law says volunteer firefighters are considered statutory volunteers for workers' comp. So what that means is, so the workers' comp code has full-time firefighters, and then they have volunteer firefighters. So if somebody's like in a full-time, part-time firefighter position where they're regularly scheduled and they, you know, have shifts that they cover, then they would not be, they would be like a firefighter, but they wouldn't be a volunteer firefighter. And the reason that's so important is the amount of pay that a volunteer firefighter gets if they're off on a workers' compensation claim for their wages. You know, that when you off on workers' comp will pay for medical costs, you know, for the individual go to the doctor, their, you know, medical costs. Then if they're not able to work, which is very realistic for a firefighter because it's a very physical job, they would pay their wages. And then, you know, potentially we would pay like permanent or temporary disability, etc. So for statutory volunteers, which there are other statutory volunteers other than just volunteer firefighters, but for volunteer firefighters, statutory volunteers, the amount of dollars or compensation they would be paid for being off work, which is unique because most volunteer firefighters have a regular job and they do this on the side. So the pay that they would receive, you know, if they would be paid if injured in the normal course of it. So the amount that they get for their wages is equal to the compensation they would be paid if injured in their normal course of their regular employment. So they look at what they normally get paid, you know, per week, or they would get paid an amount equal to 140% of the statewide average weekly wage. So what does that mean? So that if you look at the bottom of the slide, bottom right, the statewide average weekly wage is $882.26 is what so 140% of that is $1,235. So this slide compares. So if you know, say a teacher also functions as a volunteer firefighter, and that they get hurt and for some reason they can't, you know, go back to their teaching job, and obviously they're off on their firefighter job, instead of like getting paid what they would normally get paid as a teacher, they're going to get like, you know, $200 and some more. So what kind of happens is we see volunteer firefighters that get hurt and are getting paid these great wages not really want to heal and go back to their regular job because they basically get to sit home and make more. And this isn't like an IMWCA rule. This is a code of Iowa law. So it doesn't matter who your provider is, they're getting paid a lot more money than potentially you or I would get paid if we were off on workers' comp. So it's very important that you're able to manage your volunteer firefighters, that you have oversight, that if they're truly a city department, that yes, you are paying their benefits, but if they're you know, a 28E or a township, that they should be providing their own workers' comp and other insurance, because I don't think that you want to be paying these wages if it's not truly your employee or volunteer. Moving on, we're going to talk about just quickly about junior firefighters. So I don't know, there's a lot of, it's kind of hit or miss if somebody has a junior firefighter program. And just recently, we really, in the last couple of years, have looked into junior firefighters, cadet programs, to see, you know, if they're covered, if they're not covered. The workers' comp law in Iowa, like many laws, is not black and white. It's pretty gray. And the big thing is that they talk about is if a fire chief deems somebody or directs somebody to do work, then that individual becomes a volunteer firefighter. So, you know, an example, which is kind of a bad example, but say, you know, they're at a fire and they are short staff and somebody's watching from the sidelines, you know, just a curious community members watching, and the chief really needs somebody to help hold a hose or, you know, do something outside, obviously not go into the fire, and asks this individual if they would help. Potentially that individual would or could be covered under workers' compensation because that chief deemed them or asked them to duty. Now, I'm not guaranteeing they'd be covered, but there's a good chance they would. So what does that mean for junior firefighters? If your city has a junior firefighter cadet program, the things you need to keep in mind is if the city's going to use minors for firefighter duties, then they probably would not be considered junior firefighters. So like if it's truly a junior firefighter program where they just go to meetings, they just, you know, are observing, they don't ever go to the fire scene, they're not ever learning skills or actually doing skills, then they're probably truly a junior firefighter and there's not any liability from the city standpoint. But if they're going to fires or at the point that the department's issuing these junior firefighters gear or having them respond to a pager or help at a scene, whether it's a fire, accident, search and rescue, these individuals are volunteer firefighters and would be covered under workers' compensation as statutory volunteers. So therefore they, again, would, if they were off for whatever reason and they couldn't work any other job or whatever, they potentially could get the wages. If they're in school, they probably wouldn't get wages because they're not missing wages, but that's a question for claims and I'm not exactly sure on it. But if they are doing these things and going to scenes and helping out and pulling hose or whatever, because we've seen situations where these minors are doing a lot of things like that, they should go through the process like any other volunteer firefighter. So like under our IMWCA's rules and regulations, volunteer firefighters need to have physicals and be on the firefighter roster. And so if those junior firefighters are doing things like that, for anybody, whoever your insured provider is, you know, you should for sure have them on your roster. They should be volunteer, like complying with any volunteer firefighter criteria that you have established for your fire department, whether it's physicals, motor vehicle record checks, etc. And additionally, depending on how your insurance company does it, they should be charged as on the premium of the workers' comp policy because they are most likely a volunteer firefighter. So just keep that in mind, and also kind of keep in mind, so when it comes to OSHA, you know, they normally say they don't recognize volunteer firefighters, but that's because they think of it as volunteer. So if the individuals on your department are being paid, then again, they're not volunteer, and then OSHA could come in. And if OSHA can come in and you have a junior firefighter program, those are minor employees, minor workers, teen workers, child labor comes into play. And those individuals should not be on, unless they're 18, ladders, they should not be driving vehicles. So you have to then pay attention to not only just like workers' comp laws, but OSHA and then child labor with the Department of Labor, and realize that a lot of things can come into that aspect that could get a city into trouble. So I've thrown a ton of information at you, and I know hopefully you learned something and it's not too overwhelming, but I'm going to open up for those with a Slido. I'm going to open up to see if you have questions, and then I'm also going to, you know, answer any questions that you have. This is my contact information. So if you have follow-up questions or you have questions of any type, feel free to reach out to me via email, or if that's my cell phone. I'm happy to help. And I'm going to actually stop sharing right now and then take any questions if there are any. Anybody? Helpful, overwhelming?
I thought it was interesting.
It's definitely a unique, definitely a unique relationship. And I think that a lot of times cities don't think that they have any say in fire departments, or chiefs don't think that cities should have any say. And unfortunately, this is incorrect. And it's better to come to an agreement in a good way versus, you know, an adversarial way. But
Lisa, have you heard of any unique ways to get volunteer firefighters or EMS volunteers at all?
you know, no, not necessarily. I mean, I wish I could say that this is the magic way of doing it. I think if done correctly, like a junior firefighter program could be good, but it has to be done correctly. I mean, we've seen where they take 14-year-olds into, you know, burning buildings, or after a burning building to help with salvage, and, you know, they hurt themselves. You have to think these are not little adults, they're teens, they're youth. And so, you know, if you blow out their shoulder pulling drywall, or, you know, blow out a knee, I mean, you could be ruining their life. You know, I've heard situations where a volunteer, and I can't remember if it was a firefighter or like a junior firefighter or a police officer, but was doing something and, you know, blew out their knee right before state track. I've also heard of a shoulder injury keeping somebody out of the military. So, I mean, you really don't want to have these individuals ruin their life just because they're helping out on a volunteer fire department. But if you structure it like a junior firefighter program where they're learning about the trade, and maybe they're, you know, becoming an EMT, or they're becoming a firefighter, and then they're not able to function in that capacity until they're 18, those are good ways to bring individuals in. Again, I am a proponent. I think that the state's going to have to allow districting, but it's going to have to be something that's decided in Des Moines. I really don't think small departments are going to be able to sustain, and I foresee that, you know, in the future that there's maybe a county-wide fire department that covers the small towns. But, you know, I don't know that again, it's going to have to take something at the state level for a law to allow districting for that to happen. But something's going to have to give, because departments are just shrinking, and unfortunately, volunteers, younger generations don't want to volunteer the same way that some of the older generations have.
Go ahead, Angie.
How do you handle, we have an association with the two small cities that I work for, and the fire department with the one city has their own checking account. We had heard it was over 40,000 that was in this account. What are the regulations, or what can we do to see more of their financial stuff, if there is anything? Or because they're always coming to the city to have the city pay for everything, but it's not a department of the city. We have the building, but they have their own equipment with the association.
So is it a different city ran department?
It's run through an association. So I have two small cities, and it's, you know, the New Vienna Luxembourg Fire Association. But Luxembourg pays in a due for that association based on percentage, and I don't know what the actual way they figure it out. But New Vienna, supposedly their agreement is that we have the building, we pay the insurance, utilities, but the association buys all of their equipment. So with all of this today, I'm thinking, well, if we have that 28E agreement, then why am I paying the liability, the workman's comp, and all of that through the city, when the city doesn't have that department except for the insurance and utilities?
That is a great question. And then, so maybe it's time to relook at that 28E agreement. I mean, I'm sure it's probably was established years and years and years ago.
Like 25 plus years ago.
Yeah, so it's probably time to relook at that. And, you know, I would say in those situations, it's probably good to, you know, utilize an attorney to help with that process, but, you know, or your city attorney to help with that process. So you can kind of make sure that that way that you're structuring that 2080 agreement is legal. You don't obviously, again, you don't want to get into like a adversarial, but at the same time, I mean, they're kind of getting the better end of the deal by, you know, having this, and there, that kind of goes back to the, you know, are they filing with the IRS? Are they filing with the, you know, are they doing things properly? Because as a, you know, I'm not sure exactly what the threshold is, but $40,000 in an account as like a nonprofit, and they're not, I mean, what are they, you know, what are they spending their money on? And
Yeah, and
So-
anytime I ask for information, they get very defensive on everything, you know, so there's a lot of animosity sometimes between the city council and the fire department now, because, you know, they don't want to give us the information, but yet they're always coming to us to have us pay for this, or you should buy this, or, you know, and it's like, well, if you've got that kind of money, then what the heck?
you know, again, I'm not an attorney or a financial expert, but I think you have the ability, and I think sometimes you might have to like use that information on your own audits. So, I mean, you should have the right to some of that information. And if it's not spelled out in the 28E, you should probably go back, because again, they're having their cake and eating it too. You know, they get to control how they do things, but hey, by the way, you're paying for our insurance. And
Yeah.
I mean, I would go about it like I would maybe, you know, say you came into new information and you kind of just want to make sure that the city is doing things legally and protecting themselves, you know, because truly if you have the insurance and you don't have any say over those firefighters, and, you know, somebody hits a bus full of kids, it's your insurance that's coming back on.
Right, and it did, we had a workman's comp thing that was this past winter again, and it went through our insurance for it, so.
And then you're also probably, so they're probably paying you nothing for that, and you're paying them an additional fee to provide your service.
Correct.
Yeah, they have a very good deal then.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, all right, good, thanks.
There's a question here in the chat. Are fire departments subject to state audit requirements for their own checking accounts?
I mean, my understanding is they should be. So, I mean, well, I guess it depends. If it's a city ran department, it would be under your audit. But if they're a nonprofit, then, or, you know, they have a 2080, they have the 503C, they should be subject to like any other nonprofit that has to file their taxes at the end of the year.
So actually, we're going through that right now. So our fire department has like a fundraising account. And it was discovered that there was a lot of misspent money. So the city council voted to hire the state auditors to audit the operations of the fire department. So now the state auditors are coming in to do just that fire department fundraising account.
Have they come in yet?
No, I'm waiting for them. This is probably next week. They had about $10,000 in that account, and anything from Chad's Pizza in Cedar Falls to the city of Stanwood water bill got paid.
So to the individual that asked the question prior, get with this individual after the meeting. And then when you go talk to your fire department, you can explain that you were at a meeting and you understand that the state auditor was coming, you know, so in order to protect or whatever, you need to have some of that information. You know, you can spin it to where you're trying to, you know, protect the interests of the city in the fire department, but like this is the reality that the state auditor can come in and do an investigation. So you just want to make sure that you're doing what you need to as a city to ensure that the practices of the department and yourself are correct. Does that make sense? It's always good to use like somebody else as your,
Yeah.
well, I learned this in training, so this is why I'm coming to you right now.
Yeah, just use the word training,
Yeah.
not ECICA.
You can use the League of Cities, but we're good at that. You can use the League of Cities. Blame it on Mickey. No, just kidding.
Yeah, he's not here.
As I say, are there other questions?
I don't think so, Lisa.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your
Yes.
time, and knowledge, and we've been recording this, so I'm going to share the recording. If anybody wants your presentation, I'm sure.
I'll send you the recording or the presentation. And I'll also send, it looks like I'm flickering. And I will also send that document I talked about, that firefighter manual.
I feel like it's an 80s video.
Flashback.
Oh, and she's gone.
I have no idea what's going on, so I will exit and I will send some information. Thank you, guys.
Have a good day. Okay, next up, I see Holly Corkery is on, and she's gonna talk about transgender bathrooms. Hi, Holly.
Hi. All right. If everyone can bear with me while I share my screen. Am I permitted to share my screen? I'm not seeing any of it.
Absolutely.
You should be able to hit the share screen.
Sorry, guys, I'm not seeing that as a choice. Just down, it's usually just down at the bottom, right?
Yep, should be just like a green.
Oh, see it. I see it. Perfect. Awesome. So it's up there?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, good deal. Thank you, guys. So I am going to chat with you today about public accommodations for transgender individuals. This is the time of year last year when we saw some of these issues start to pop up. So I think this is a really timely presentation. But I do want to touch on one thing that I heard at the end of the firefighter. Talk to your city attorney, but I think it would be an option if you wanted their records and they were receiving some sort of city funds to just make a Chapter 22 open records request to them. There is a case with the Iowa State where they had a separate charitable foundation, and that I believe it's the Supreme Court that held that they were able to make open records requests to that foundation. You couldn't use that foundation as a shield. So if you want those records, that would be an option to do so. I think I would talk to your city attorney first to make sure. Anyway, so jumping into transgender issues. So today I want to talk about some of the definitions, and I want to start with I am not an expert in transgender issues. That's not something that I am an expert in at all. I am an employment lawyer, and I'm an expert in how to handle these matters on an employment public accommodations basis. But with some of the issues related to that community and that and just transgender issues generally, I'm not an expert. So I'm going to share with you what I know, but if I've got something incorrect, or if someone knows something that they would like to share, please feel free to say something and pipe up. I would appreciate that very much. So we're going to talk about the Iowa statutory guidelines for protecting transgender people. We're going to talk about public accommodation requirements. We're going to talk about unlawful treatment and possible consequences for that. And the process the Iowa Civil Rights Commission uses for complaints. And then I've got a few hypotheticals we'll talk through. So terminology and definitions. So transgender is a broad spectrum of individuals who transiently or persistently identify with a different gender other than their assigned gender. So more simply, it's just the gender that an individual identifies with, regardless of what it was assigned of the gender that they had assigned at birth. Some people identify as non-binary, meaning they don't conform to traditional gender roles at all. Traditionally, gender is something that we think of for the publicly or legally recognized dichotomous role of a male-female. And that definition now is expanded to include gender identities and different variances. Your assigned gender is that gender that you have at birth, whether that's male or female. Gender roles is the social role of boys as men and girls as women. And gender identity is the gender-related identity of a person, regardless of their assigned sex. Okay, more terminology. Gender dysphoria is an individual's discontent with their assigned gender. And then gender fluidity is when a person has a different gender identity at a different time. And that's sort of what we talked about in the definition to start with, that these things don't have to be, you know, all male or all female. It can be fluid and it can change. Cisgender describes an individual whose gender identity or expression aligns with the sex assigned to them at birth. And gender reassignment is the medical management and treatment of gender dysphoria. So on to the law, which I feel more comfortable helping you all in. So Iowa Code Chapter 216 is the Iowa Civil Rights Act. And that's the law that's going to govern, or at least be our starting point for these situations where we need to address transgender concerns that may come up as a public accommodation. So Chapter 216 appoints the Iowa Civil Rights Commission, who's responsible to investigate, mediate, and determine the merits of a complaint for an unfair discriminatory practice. So what the ICRC's role really is they act as sort of this threshold barrier for anyone who may have a civil rights complaint. And a person has to bring a complaint to them first and receive a right to sue letter before they can proceed with a lawsuit in court. So that's where that group comes into play. And I would imagine if you've been in city government for any length of time at all, you've received a complaint from them at some point, whether it's a public accommodations complaint or employment complaint, because anytime someone would have that sort of complaint, that's where they start. The law, this Chapter 216, the Iowa Civil Rights Act, prohibits discrimination or unfair practices based on characteristics in employment, housing, education, credit practices, or public accommodations. And public accommodations is where we're going to hone in on today. There are protected classes under the law. Those protected characteristics or classes include age, color, creed, family status, marital status, disability, race, religion, sex, sexual orientation. And in 2007, the Iowa Civil Rights Act was updated and amended to include gender identity as a protected class. So it's been quite some time that that's been on the books in Iowa. So what that means for us is that it's unlawful to discriminate or harass, which is a form of discrimination, an individual on the basis of their gender identity. So whatever gender they would identify with, even if it may not conform with what we traditionally think of as a gender role. Okay, public accommodations. So the Iowa Civil Rights Act prohibits discriminating or harassing an individual in public accommodations based on protected characteristics. So that's going to include their gender identity. A public accommodation means each and every place, establishment, facility of whatever kind, nature, class that caters or offers services, facilities, or goods for a fee or charge to non-members, et cetera, without reading this all to you. In your line of work as city officials, what that means is it's going to be virtually everything that you have that at all. So your library, your swimming pool, your parks, your, all of that, your city hall, all of those types of things. And we all have, where we really see these issues pop, and we're going to get into in the hypotheticals, is your bathrooms and your locker rooms. Those are where people get really worked up about this. So a public accommodation generally doesn't include a club or other place or establishment or facility, which by their nature is distinctly private. So in my mind, the only thing I could really think of was like a country club, something along those lines. So another thing to keep in mind here is you all may have municipal laws that set up municipal civil rights commissions. I know some of our larger cities in Iowa have their own civil rights commissions. If you have that in your community, you're going to want to be aware of what they have on their books as well. They may have a stricter standard that you're held to, although Iowa's is pretty, it encompasses quite a bit on this issue. So with Iowa's, you're likely fine, but I would look at those municipal civil rights acts if you have one and just make sure you're compliant with both. You'll know if you have one because you'll have your own civil rights commission and all of that. So unlawful treatment. It's unfair or discriminatory for anyone to deny access to a public accommodation or to somehow change really or limit that person's participation in a public accommodation because of their gender identity. It's all those other protected classes are in there, but for the purposes of our discussion today, this is the abbreviated version that we really care of. So anytime you're making a choice in a public accommodation because of someone's gender identity, then that's going to be likely an unfair or discriminatory practice. Okay, so where this is not going to apply, religious institutions who impose qualifications based on religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity when it's related to a religious purpose. There's also a rental exception, so that's not really for our purposes today. Simply put, unless there's some specific exemption though, you can't deny access to individuals on the basis of their gender identity. So harassment, I do want to touch on this a bit. Harassment is a form of discrimination. It's unlawful discrimination. This is, we usually think about this in terms of sexual harassment, but it can be in a lot of different ways. It's words, conduct, actions, or something that are meant to annoy, alarm someone, cause distress. It's going to be a high standard to be legal harassment, but you want to stop it before it even gets to that standard. You don't want to open yourself to any exposure there. You want to ensure that you've got policies and procedures that address and define harassment, as well as indicate some sort of zero tolerance for that. And these policies should provide a process for those complaints. I think you should have it really for discrimination and harassment. You should have something in place for people so that they know what they're supposed to do. And we're going to talk about that a little bit in one of the hypotheticals here, but that's going to be your first line of defense. Okay, discrimination. So discrimination is when you make a decision based on a protected trait. You deny them access, you change what their access looks like, you make their access different. Now with a disability, obviously there are times where you're going to have a reasonable accommodation and that is going to make their access look different potentially, but you're making that reasonable accommodation to ultimately give them the same access. But for purposes of gender, transgender issues, that you're gonna, if you deny that access or change it. So what I'm thinking of is if you make them use an individual bathroom, or some sort of secluded bathroom, that's changing their access to the bathroom that they, for the gender they identify with, and that's going to be unlawful treatment and discriminatory. So the last legal thing I want to talk about here in terms of the kinds of ways you can get yourself into trouble with the Iowa Civil Rights Act is retaliation. So this is another form of unlawful conduct. And this is when someone makes a complaint and you then take some sort of negative action towards that person because of the complaint. Where I see this most likely happening in this context is you would have an employee who may make a complaint that someone, whether it be a coworker or patron, was harassing a transgender individual or a transgender coworker, or that they believe your policy was discriminatory towards transgender individuals. And then there was some sort of negative consequence for them at work right after that, or somehow temporally connected. And that's where you're going to have a retaliation issue that you're going to have to deal with. That's where you're going to have some sort of protected action, and then you take an adverse action. So on a side note, if you don't have in your employee handbook, if you don't have some sort of policy to deal with complaints, retaliation, harassment, and all those things, I would get those updated so that people, your employees and that particular group of people, know what they're supposed to do if they've got some sort of complaint, and they know that they're not supposed to be retaliated against, and everyone's aware of that policy. So consequences, Civil penalty, the Vero versus Iowa Department of Corrections, 2019 case, transgender. I believe this is a transgender bathroom. I believe they were making this transgender male use a different restroom, and it was not as convenient, and it was just a different restroom altogether anyway. And this transgender male was awarded $120,000 as the civil penalty in that lawsuit. In addition, you've got a social stigma, public perception issue. It can hurt your reputation as being a welcoming community. There can be workplace morale issues when these issues aren't dealt with, and it can cause health concerns, anxiety or depression. I read a lot of articles yesterday trying to just understand people's points of view on this issue, because obviously it's a political issue, and I don't want to get into those issues necessarily at all today. I want to talk about the legal issues, but I think it's worth noting that a lot of the articles I read written by transgender individuals talked about how they had a lot of depression and anxiety and suicidal thoughts and things like that because they just couldn't do the things that they wanted to do. And when you think about things like a locker room and a bathroom, like think about in the context of a pool, I mean, we've all got to walk through generally that locker room to get to a pool. So if you can't access the locker room that you identify with and that you're comfortable going in, you can't go in the pool. And one of the articles I read talked about how much this individual loves swimming and they had loved it their whole life. And when they, reached a certain age and realized that they were transgender and started being open as being transgender, they no longer swam. And they had stopped that for a long time until society started to catch up to where they were at in terms of that issue. And to be able to go and do that again was so good for their mental health and just their participation in society generally. So I think those are important things to read because that's a point of view that I don't get all that often in my life. And it was important for me to at least see that and understand that when you're serving all of these different citizens and providing them equal access to your accommodations, that I think that would be an important thing. Okay, so if you would potentially discriminate, harass, or retaliate due to any protected class, but for purposes of this presentation, transgender issue, some sort of based on someone's gender identity, then that person's going to file a complaint with the Iowa Civil Rights Commission. And this outlines the process for the commission. But really how that's going to go is you're going to get the complaint. You should call your insurance right away if you get a complaint. But you have certain timelines that you have to meet. You've got to prepare a response. They're going to send you a questionnaire that is pretty detailed. And then they're going to decide what they want to do with that complaint. And they may screen it in and try to mediate it or deal with it internally. I don't see that happen all that often, but it happens sometimes. They may screen it out and say they're administratively closing it. And they'll give you sort of a written decision about what they think happened there. If they do that, the person who complained can then seek a right to sue letter within a certain time period. They may say that they found probable cause or no probable cause. Those are pretty rare. I don't see them do that often. I most often see them screen it, take the complaint, review it, and then administer some sort of decision and allow a right to sue. But the decision isn't like a binding decision. It just sort of finds the facts and kind of what they thought based on the complaint and the response. Okay. So just so you all know, I don't think I can see the questions. So if there are any questions, Marla, would you let me know?
I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so complaint process. If someone thinks they are being discriminated against because they filed based on a protected characteristic, they file with the commission. They've got to do that within 300 days. A copy of the complaint sent to the parties. This is just basically reiterating what I just talked about. So I'll move this forward. So the hypotheticals are what I have here, and I think this is probably going to be the most useful for everyone. So the first one is at your local public pool, a transgender teen comes to enjoy the pool. This teen was born as a female but identifies as a male, and this teen wants to wear swimming attire that's consistent with the gender they identify with. So they're not wearing a swimsuit top is the issue. And how should the pool address this? Does anyone have any input or thoughts? This happened last summer and it made national news from Iowa. So last summer, this happened in Pella. It made national news. You can, if you Google Pella swimming pool or Pella, Iowa, this now comes up. So the Iowa Civil Rights Act makes it illegal to discriminate against any patron or participant based on race, sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. So when the teen comes dressed as they prefer to dress in male swimming attire aligned with the gender they identify with, it would be illegal to bar them from the swimming pool based on their attire. So I had clients calling me last summer about this. I think this was a difficult thing to navigate. I think the fear was that you were going to have people that genuinely were not transgender just coming to the pool topless. I will tell you that for all the calls I fielded last year about that never happened. That's not to say it couldn't happen. And I would tell you, if someone's telling you it's their, that they are transgender and this is how they prefer to be attired, then that I would not fight them on that. I would allow them to do that and to dress that way. And if other people have an issue with that, then they're going to have to make a choice about what pool they want to swim in. But we're not going to discriminate against someone in violation of the law. And you can always go back to that it's the law. You didn't choose this. This is the law, and you are going to protect people's legal rights and allow them to swim in the attire that they prefer to wear based on their gender and that's appropriate with their gender identity. So the other issue that comes up quite often at a local community center, a transgender teen comes in. This teen was born female, but identifies as a male. The teen intends to use the male's locker room and bathrooms that match their gender identity. What should the community center do? So it's going to be the same. You're going to allow that transgender person to use the bathroom that matches with their gender identity. It'd be illegal to force them to use a different locker room that you believe matches their assigned gender or the gender that you think that they should use. So I want, again, that first roadblock to participation is changing in this instance, right? So if we're going to go in and do athletics or whatever, we've got to change into those clothes. And if we can't do that in the locker room and we can't use that facility, that's a roadblock to participation for those individuals. And I think, a lot of the calls that I field on this issue, I think, it's usually a fear that there's going to be 16 or 17-year-old boys claiming that they're transgender and going in the women's locker room. That could very well be happening. I've never actually gotten a call where it did happen. I always just get it as a hypothetical that we're worried about on the front end. I found a UCLA study yesterday that was interesting, that I think is just an interesting thing to have, or information to have, but 70% of transgender individuals report that they've been harassed in bathrooms, and 9% report that they've encountered violence in bathrooms. So, I think it's important to note that I don't have the opposite study of whether there's any issues of transgender individuals harassing or whatnot. But I think it's important to note that these are pretty high numbers. 70% is a high number of people being harassed. And it's important to keep that in mind, that that is generally what's happening. All these, fears about high school boys going in and using the bathroom, to going in the girls' locker room. Those aren't the reports that I'm actually hearing and getting. And has anyone had a different experience? Has anyone had that experience? I'd be interested to know about it and how you handled it. Crickets. So I think some tips just for the situation and how to deal with this is you're going to need to have your managers trained, and I would train them now because we're headed into a pretty strong locker room, bathroom, swimming pool season, right? Like this is when these issues are going to pop because this is when people are using those facilities. So you need to have your managers trained on how to deal with this. You need to have some sort of policy in place that says that people, we don't discriminate on the basis of people's gender identity, and that individuals are permitted to use the locker room or bathroom that they, of the gender they identify with. That should be a policy that you have in place and that managers understand and know. The worst thing that can happen in these situations is for that teen to walk into the pool or some, individual to walk into a bathroom, and you've got, especially in the pool situation, you've got your college kid managers sitting there and they don't really know how to handle that at all. So if you've got people trained beforehand and given them the tools of what they're supposed to do and what the law is, let them know like this is the law and we're being compliant with the law when we handle this, then that's going to be only to your advantage now. You want to have a clear policy that forbids anyone, your employees or patrons, from harassing others on the basis of their gender identity. And you're going to want to very clearly train your managers on what to do if that happens. So if someone complains that someone's harassing them, you're going to want to tell that, depending on the severity of it, obviously, if someone's hurling slurs or something like that, then we're going to escalate this. But if it just appears to be, something that you could stop with telling that person to stop that conduct and everyone can just move forward, then do that. If it's more serious conduct, or obviously if there's anything physical or violent, or it just continues on after you ask them to stop, then you're going to have to tell that person that they don't align with your policies, they violated your policies, and you're going to have to ask them to leave. And on a side note of that, you should let people know in your policies that if they can't comply, then they're going to have to leave the facility, that compliance with the policy is important and required. Okay. This is my last hypothetical. So if there are no questions, we are going to get done very early. I thought there would be more discussion about this, to be honest. So the local municipality offers a young adult soccer league that's segregated by gender. A transgender female who is born male wants to join the women's soccer team. How should the municipality respond? So there was a bill signed March 2022, but that only applied to school districts and their eligibility for public school athletics on the basis of sex. And that required that you, transgender individuals had to take certain steps, is my understanding. I haven't read the bill in depth, but they have to take certain steps, or they have to participate based on their birth assigned gender. This law does not apply to communities and cities programs. It is only for those public school programs. So as a city, subject to those public accommodation laws in Chapter 216, if you've got a child or an adult or whatever that wants to play on the gender they identify with team, then you're going to need to allow them to do that to stay in compliance with the law. So we have a lot of time left for questions. Are there any questions about this issue or any other related issues? I'd be happy to answer those. I know this is a tough topic, and I know it's something that they struggle with, and I know your councils are struggling with it because they are a political animal, and trying to deal with that is difficult. But I think always going back to the law and how you have to comply with the law is the way to address those issues, and just keep everyone focused on that rather than the politics of it.
Holly, do you know if when you go to the pool and whichever transgender, so if they proclaim they're a female, I guess, not to say do you escort them, but are you ever concerned with the male that's now as a female going into the women's restroom and then it throw up a red flag that, well, they were looking at other people funny, and then parents getting upset that, you know, I don't know, do they, or you have to let them go into the bathroom that they are proclaiming as, but does it throw up any other red flags if they're unattended while in there?
So I would treat them like any other individual. And I would not, you know, have them have an escort or anything like that. Now, if this is an issue that you are worried about and your community is up in arms, then maybe it makes sense that just generally you have someone be a bathroom attendant, right? And that we don't just do it only when there's a transgender person at the pool. We just have a bathroom attendant and then we're not worried about that. I think that's probably how I would handle that. I mean, I feel these calls and I'm not coming down on this either way on that sort of like moral or political basis. That's not my goal today. My goal is just to get legal compliance and to talk about that. But I also want to be realistic and acknowledge that you know, when the Pella situation happened last summer, I had communities calling me up in arms about this and what were they going to do? And I mean, there were kids at this pool and these kids are going to see this. And, you know, could we file I had clients that wanted to be ready to file, you know, criminal charges for public indecency and things like that. So I understand this is a complicated issue and it's difficult, but if you're going to do something like that, I would have a bathroom attendant who's maybe there during high traffic times or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yep. There was another question in the chat. Could unwarranted exposure of breasts be considered sexual harassment?
Not in the context for sure of a transgender person at the pool. That transgender male is, I don't foresee that being sexual harassment or a complaint that way. I mean, I have small kids and I understand that, you know, you never know what the kids are going to say or something like that. So I can see that, I can acknowledge that, but I think hopefully people are having conversations with their kids about why that would be, you know, different or how that person identifies. And if they're not, I don't think that it would be any form of sexual harassment. And of all the risks that you had out there, your risk of not allowing that person in the pool or forcing that person to put a shirt on or something like that, and having that be a valid discrimination complaint is far higher of a risk than a valid sexual harassment complaint. Does that make sense? That's probably the way I would say that.
Yeah, she says that makes sense.
As you guys see, I'm muddling through this as well. I mean, these are complicated issues. I can understand the reality of dealing with these here, but you know, I would encourage you guys to Google, you know, just transgender pool issues, transgender locker room issues, because some of those articles are they're very clearly genuine. And it was interesting for me to read and to learn like about these barriers, and people just want to go swimming. People just want to live their normal life. And I think that's an important thing so that you can see all sides.
I have a question. So my question is for like our pool or even our city hall, do you suggest that we put a sign up that says we're not discriminative, or that we support anyone to use whatever restroom they associate their gender with? Should we post something like that, or should we just assume people should know? Or
So I think if you want to do that, that is obviously a very welcoming thing to do. That is something that will protect you from any claims of discrimination or harassment, because you are very clearly being welcoming and allowing people to use and making it clear that you allow people to use the restroom for the gender they identify with. That's your policy. Now, do you have to plaster that there, you know, anywhere? No. I mean, this has been on the books since 2007, and now we're it's 15 years later and it's really becoming this big issue. So, I don't, for the past 15 years, no one's done that. And it's been fine as long as you've allowed them to use the gender they identify with. So I don't think you have to, but I think it definitely would protect you and help mitigate some risk. I really think what's important, as I sat down into this yesterday, is just training your employees and especially your managers. Because if they have the tools and know how to deal with this, you see it to me when you ask me a question and I have to think through it. I'm kind of like muddling through the answer. And if they have to do that when the public is mad at them, that's just not gonna go well, right, for anyone. So for them to have those things ready is key.
I have a question. So we did have to address this a couple of years ago on our opening day of the pool. And so we kind of got an opinion from our city attorney on how to handle that. But moving forward, if we have a child, because we have a couple of kids in our community that kind of waver on their identity. So if they come into the pool, say all of June and identify as a male, born female, and they go in the male bathroom, and then in July, they go back to, I'm gonna come into the female bathroom. At some point, can we question that? Or do we just, whatever they identify as that day? If they go back?
This is like the question, right? Like, are people being genuine in their use?
And I think this child is being genuine, but just maybe not sure.
So
System.
I would not question that. I would allow them to use that bathroom that they identify with. And kind of my rule of thumb on bathroom and locker room generally would be, is this person being disruptive? And if they are being disruptive in the bathroom, right? Like if teenage boys go in there to like game this and like see girls in the bathroom, they're going to be super disruptive because they're going to be idiots. Like that's just how that's true. So is this person being disruptive? Yes. Then we're going to address that. And we would address that if they were transgender, non-transgender, male, female, tall, short, whatever. We don't care. We're addressing that. If they're not being, and I'm talking like disruptive because of their actions, not disruptive because this transgender person goes in there and, 5 other people have a cow about that. That's a separate disruption, but their actions are disruptive. Then I would deal with that in them and sit down and say like, why are you doing this? This appears that you took these actions and these were inappropriate and disruptive. So what can we do about that? Or if you continue being disruptive, I would imagine you have policies about use of your facility. So turn back to those policies. And if they continue doing that and violating those policies, then they won't be able to use the facility.
So Holly, I have to ask, have you ever had a case where people identify as an animal? I just heard about this recently and it was very perplexing to me.
No, I have not. I think I only heard about it in the schools in the fall, and I don't work a whole lot with our schools. So I don't really know about that very much. But to my reading of the Iowa Civil Rights Act, that would not be a protected class, right? Like it's gender identity, not, animal identity. Where I think, and I'm not being funny when I say this, but where I think that could be an issue is you could have like potentially a mental health issue there, right?
Yeah, sure.
So that's where I think you could get into the Iowa Civil Rights Act and maybe have that. I don't know for sure. But I don't know a whole lot about that. And I don't say any of that to be disrespectful, but that's where I think the law could be implicated there.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? We have an attorney on the line here. Is it okay if I ask any other legal questions? Holly, or do we want
You got 16 minutes. You can rapid fire if you want.
She's really hard to get a hold of.
Am I?
Well.
Sorry.
Going back to a topic you talked about at IMFOA, does FMLA apply to part-time employees?
Yes.
It applies to everyone?
So FMLA is gonna be, you're all covered employers, okay? Because you're a public entity. For your employees, they're only gonna be eligible if they hit certain things. So they've got to work somewhere where you've got 50 employees within a 75-mile radius. You've gotta, work 1,250 hours, and that's where you're gonna get some of your part-time employees out. But the 1,250 hours is kind of goofy because it can be like over 8 years. So
What?
I'd have to look again to remember that, but I feel like that time. Sorry, I misspoke. When you rapid fire, I'm not quite as ready. 1,250 hours, and then you have to work for a year, but the year could be like over the course of 8 years. So you could like work 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, or you could work, 6 months, take a break for 6 years and then come back. And I'm pretty sure it's 8 years, but it's a long period of years. So just know that if you're going to deny, here's the upshot of that. If you're going to deny someone FMLA based on how much they've worked or for how long they've worked for you, you better pull out the Department of Labor fact sheet or call your attorney to just make sure that that's correct. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The way you guys, most communities in this group are going to deny is based on the 50 employees within a 75-mile radius.
Nothing else for Holly?
Anything, guys?
I'm trying to think of anything personal I have, but I don't.
Well, I mean, I don't do any like wills or estates, so if it's that, my like father-in-law or my grandma will call and ask questions about that, and I'm like, I haven't looked at this stuff in 10 years, guys. I have no idea.
But you're an attorney, you should know everything, right?
No. I have to look a lot of stuff up.
Well, Holly, thank you for your time and your knowledge. We so appreciate it. You can stay on and watch us do self-defense. That's our next topic.
I might stay on and listen to some of this today. I'm sad I missed Lisa's presentation earlier. It looked like it was really good.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean,
Yeah.
that was very interesting. And yeah.
Good.
Okay.
All right. Well, if anyone has any questions, let me know, and best of luck. But hopefully you guys have the tools now to navigate these legal issues and to just make sure you stay in legal compliance, even when you've got people on all sides of this issue upset with you this summer. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Holly.
Thank you.
Yep.
Start with the next session here. So we're going to start with the next session that I'm really excited about. That Grandmaster Ben Springer is here, and it's Springer Martial Arts.
Yes,
And he brought his friend.
and this is one of our instructors, Laura, 5. Remember black
So
belts.
come on up and
Yep.
take over.
Now who's the gentleman that was just here?
Well, he's our IT person.
Okay.
So he had to go do some IT stuff.
And is
So-
there anyone else nearby you could pull somebody and have come in?
Are you looking for a male
I
person
am.
who, okay.
Because, and that's
out in the hall before.
not being sexist or anything, but I
Somebody who
a
can
board,
hold
I
a
want
board.
to show, I'm gonna break a board.
Okay.
And
Did years ago.
And did you break a board?
Years ago, I was yellow belt.
Perfect.
Many years ago,
Cool.
many years ago.
Oh, that's that old, that's what I'm asking to do.
It's
Put it
really
into your
cool.
heart.
It is, there's nothing like it.
It is.
And the reason, a lot of schools do not do the board breaking anymore for 2 reasons. It was old school where you trained, you conditioned your hands and knuckles and you're breaking boards with everything. But it just shows the theory of power. In other words, the amount of power you can generate naturally with just natural weapons on your body. And all of you can do it. You just don't know. You've never been shown that hey, you can do this. And it's easy to learn. So the board breaking is just demonstrating the theory of power. Plus, it gives you a huge boost of confidence. When you break that board, it's like, yeah.
I did feel that way when I did, but it's been such a long time.
And you walk out of the room saying, someone attack me, please. What did you break it with? Was it a hand or a foot? Foot. Probably a foot, yeah. Was it a woman's self-defense or just you were training in tradition? Great, where was that at?
In Edgewood.
Yes, who was the teacher? It's a lady, I think. There was a,
When I did it, it was somebody from Barnville.
right,
Back in the day. Now,
they're still in Edgewood.
there is on McDowell. Bob
Yeah,
McDowell does it.
yeah, I forget who it is, but they've had a tournament a couple times too. Now, what I need to do is move this. Could you?
Sure.
And the big thing, guys, for this, I just encourage you to just try it. Just try a couple of the things, because it's fun, but it's amazing what you can do. And again, there's nothing mystical or magical about martial arts. It's all physics and logic. And if you know, and I'm a registered nurse, I work with children at St. Luke's and Cedar Rapids, psychiatric nursing. I work with special needs kids and everything too. But if you know how and when I went through nursing school, it really opened everything up to me in martial arts, more so than I think of just a normal non-medical person, is learning physiology, anatomy, how the body works. If you understand how a joint or series of joints works, that's a weapon. And usually 9 times out of 10, you're grabbed. So you have to know how to use that, manipulate the joints to escape. And so who do I get? Oh, don't sit down, I guess.
I need you to hold board.
Oh, okay.
I want to
You
show
came
it.
back too early.
Now, is there a way, can we, well, no, you can come on up here, but if you guys want to just stand up and just come around for a second, I want to show you what we do. And don't be nervous, don't not that it's anything. So, let me just see. So if you want to pass that around and look at that, that's what we break. It's just a normal number 2 pine. It is not difficult to break. It's not hard to break, but you have to use power. Yeah.
It's hard, right?
Was that kind of what you broke? Was it?
No, it wasn't me.
No, you.
It is. It is.
So you have to do that. Yeah.
Yep, but I practiced at home a little bit, but.
It's too long. Dylan, nice to meet you. Yeah, that's SHRM. Well,
I know.
So if you would stand just with your feet shoulder width apart, like you're on 2 railroad tracks. Now, bring this foot back and keep that leg straight, that one back. Perfect. Now, put both hands out like that. What you want to do when you're holding the board is take about the top inch and bottom inch here.
Okay.
On both sides. You don't want to hold it like this because then your resistance is down here. So you want to just pinch the board on that top inch with your palm and your fingers and pinch. So you got that little eye hole right there.
Don't
Okay?
hurt Dylan.
No,
He's
so
very
right in the
valuable.
middle. Now.
Yeah, Matt.
So the front stance is now this is a brace so that he's not gonna go flying into the wall. But you can see how this, see how he's got.
I don't, you have your camera?
Okay.
You gotta take a picture.
Yeah, you want
I
a
forgot my
phone?
phone.
Love the technology nowadays. You can't go anywhere without a phone, somebody capturing the moment.
Right, capture the moment.
Yeah.
So Dylan, this will be all on Facebook, Twitter, everything.
Our website.
So the big thing, like you say, is it just demonstrates the theory of power. There's nothing mystical or magical about martial arts. It's not. That's exactly how you want it.
Better you didn't expect
Yeah, I
that.
didn't expect that. The bottom line is your attacker don't expect that. And that's the response you want to elicit in a women's self-defense class, that the attacker is coming up thinking, you're the victim, I'm gonna get you, and boom, you turn the tables instantly, and that's called a stun strike. And in our system, it's called stun then finish or stun then run. The first thing is you want to take the attacker off of the offensive mindset, and instantly he's hit. And then you have a chance to stun, kick, run, get out of there. And that's exactly how fast a self-defense response should be, a few seconds. You're not going to sit there and fight for 30 seconds, a minute. It's fast, stunning, and you run, escape. The number one goal, and especially for women, is survive. Especially if you're on the ground, and we talk about sexual assault and things like that, that your whole thing is you have to survive, live, get out of there. And you may or may not get out of there without being hurt in some way, punched, grabbed, kicked to the ground, whatever. But it's very serious to tell yourself, I need to prepare myself. And the biggest thing that I found in women's self-defense, the biggest thing that will move a woman to violence is not defense of herself, but defense of her children. You will stand in front of a charging train to pull your child off the track without any thinking hesitation. That's what you have to do when someone's coming to attack you. You have to think, how dare you? I got kids, I got a family. And that'll get you that mindset. The big thing is today, we're just going to kind of practice a couple natural things that are easy. And if I can keep, and I know you're IT, so I don't want to. I don't want to be bad. But if you, I mentioned here, if you understand how a joint or series of joints works, that's a weapon. So you know the elbow only bends this way, okay? But if you secure it here and push, feel that?
Yeah.
And look at, he's going. That's a weapon, okay? If we're front to front and he's grabbing or punching, go ahead and punch anything. I'm gonna block. I'm gonna do this and arm drag, pull him around, I've got a choke. Now I have a choke. Okay? That's a weapon. If you have like now you have to imagine I am a woman, okay? And he comes up, hey honey, how you doing? Okay? Say, hey honey, how you doing?
I don't think so.
Okay, so if they're reaching or whatever, reach towards me, whatever, I'm gonna move this. Remember, knowing the joints and series of joints is a weapon. I'm going to turn and go here, okay? If there's also like punch again or grab, just anything. Okay, then I can go here. I can go here. And if he's so strong, so big that he stands up, go ahead and stand up, then I convert it to a pistol.
Seriously.
There's nothing. It's so easy if you understand how the joints work, okay? And that's all I'm gonna beat you up. But let me have, don't go with this. That's fine. I'm gonna have you help me hold. No. So let me have you, Laura, hold that for a second. Okay, so Laura, do a front kick. I'm chubby. Go ahead, kick. Good. Okay, so that's what she's gonna do. So you hold that, get in your front stance. Good. So, and where do you want to, let's go this way, back up a little bit here. Laura. Now you're gonna hold on that side, and now we're breaking this side. Okay, and now tilt a little bit whenever you're ready. So I was breaking, just turn your head a little bit. There you go. Breaking. Beautiful. And your hand, that's not. So that's the kicking. You did the side kick. The other one. Let's go elbow. Now this is one where you use your elbows to smash whatever rising, falling, whatever. Okay, so if you're ready, ma'am. Whoa. Now, that thing will break any, face this way. The nose is innervated. What's that mean? Nerves. It's got a lot of nerves going up. So it elicits a lot of pain when you hit it. Okay? It's also very vascular. It bleeds easy. So the biggest thing for a woman, like an elbow or a palm strike, is if they're close range, and they usually will be, a quick stunning strike to the nose. Lifting is going to be painful and is going to bleed instantly. Eyes water, they tear up, they close, and all of a sudden he's looking, he hurts, and he's got blood. And that's a big psychological advantage for you, to stun, then run. And again, it's simple. It's nothing like any technique like the side kick when you broke with the board. There's nothing wrong with side kick because it's a good, powerful kick. But the most natural weapons you have is going to be a front kick or a palm strike. And then the any technique that requires you to warm up and stretch out before you do it isn't a good self-defense technique. You're not going to say, wait a minute, I got to stretch first. I came back from hot yoga. You got to think, no, you have to react just like when I was in, just relax and boom. That's how fast it happens. You're walking to your car and someone grabs you. Instantly, you have to think, where am I at? What weapons do I have? What can I use to get out of here? And the big thing I teach for the women's self-defense, I think I gave you a booklet, is this one here. What we're doing right now, we're scratching the surface today on just stuff, because this is actually like a 3 to 4 hour course that we teach for women's self-defense. And if anyone's ever interested in that, let us know. And Laura, who was on the cover, too, sorry, I was embarrassed her, but yeah, some other black belt women are in here demonstrating, because it goes farther having a woman demonstrate this than me to show you can do this. It's easy, but it's usually a 3 to 4 hour course. So we're just going to touch the basics today to at least give you a couple weapons that you have that you can use if you need it, heaven forbid. Okay. I'm trying to think. Let me see.
I studio in Dubuque, or where do you?
We're right on Radford Road,
Oh, okay.
right on between Asbury and
Okay.
Pennsylvania. And we've got a Facebook page. You can get the schedule on that. And Laura runs the Facebook page. So, so if you have any questions, and I did give Marla information. I think I gave you a booklet. Didn't I give you the booklet?
Give me a folder with things and.
Was it that?
Maybe.
I think it was. I thought, but this is the whole class thing that we do. Anyway, I wanted to show you what we teach is not just Taekwondo. Is we teach a blended system, which is called Kanjukembo, and Taekwondo and Kung Fu. We teach, because I think not one system has all. So the nice thing, like with the Kung Fu, which is very easy for women to learn, is that it's based on the study of animals and how they fight and survive. Okay, so we teach the Tiger Kung Fu, which is if you take a punch, and I work with adolescents angry adolescent boys who get pissed and then they punch the wall, then they fracture their metacarpal and they come in with the cast. You just know what happened. Oh, I got mad, I punched the wall. The fist is not made to punch. Now in karate, they trained it to where it can withstand that shock. But I don't teach breaking with a punch, especially kids. Their hands are still developing. But if you have a punch, you can basically hit with the front of the knuckles, and I'll just do like here. Like that. That you can hit with the first two knuckles, the punch. You can hit with the back fist, and again, this is I'm talking here, stun. And then you can hit with what's called a hammer fist. You can hit here, you can hit here, anything. Those are the three ways you can do it. But if you open your hand up, then you have the palm strike, you have a knife hand strike, you have a range hand strike, you have a finger, spear hand, finger dart, horseshoe strike, and tiger strike, and then you can grab and use that. So it's just stupid to punch with a fist. The only time I would advocate punching a fist is if it's just going to be here, a stun strike to the floating ribs. You can feel that. It takes the wind out of it. But you can do that with a knife hand. You can do that with a mantis strike here. In the kung fu system, the mantis goes here. And the mantis is like I already showed on, what was the name again?
No.
Okay. The mantis, have you ever seen a praying mantis? How they snatch their prey and they bite their head off. I'm not gonna do that. I'll let the boss do that. No. Okay. So the mantis hooks their opponent. And if he's punchy, like we did before, this arm drag was the mantis, that's the mantis. Okay, pulling. If from here he's reaching for whatever, a grab, just grab. Okay, I'm gonna move. And then I'm hooking it here. There's the mantis. Well, what, and there's the guardian link. But what can I do? Well, I can knee him and hit him, okay? And you pull him in. And Laura, throw a sidekick at me so they can. So the mantis here, she's kicking. Here's the mantis. It deflects with the forearm, hooks, lifts, pulls, and then punch. Okay? So it's hook, punch. But we do a punch like, Dylan, we do a punch.
Do you want me to get mad?
Great. We do a punch for safety, but in reality, if you are attacked, it's going to happen either front to front, front to side, this is you, or front to back. They're coming up behind you, okay? In this case, from front to front, you automatically want to just turn your body to where, if you're right-handed, put your right side forward. Now, but not you. I want my attacker facing this way. Because now all his target areas are open. Mine are closed, okay? And that's exactly what. He's ready, okay? So that's what you want to do with an attacker. You move out of the way so they can't hit some target area, even accidentally. But in our system, from here, we go what's called in Kaji Kempo. Ka means karate or taekwondo. Ju is judo, jujitsu, which is throwing and grappling. And then Kempo is a hand technique, a Japanese system. That combined with the Kung Fu and the traditional Taekwondo is a very good arsenal for something out of all that's going to work for each one of you. And you'll all, through training, get your own favorite techniques that work. And that's going to be your pocket techniques that you could carry with you. But I'll show you the Kaji Kempo. In karate, you go here. One's fist down, one's fist up, this way. That's traditional. In Kaji Kempo, it's here. We don't walk like this, we walk like this. So they say, put your hands up natural. Don't go like this or here. So go right side, forward side. Okay. In punching, we don't go here, throw a vertical punch. It's gonna help you won't hurt your arm that much when I block. Okay. If here you've got the radius and the ulna, the radius and ulna rotates around the wrist. That's why you can do a wrist flex. Okay. So if it's here, I'm hitting that bone. If I hit it hard enough, I can break it. 9 pounds of pressure is all it takes to break up these bones. So throw a vertical punch, it's not gonna sting as much. And we're never trying to outpower the opponent. I always use the analogy of the train and the train track. But the train's coming at you, you just flip the switch and redirect it to a different track. I'm not trying to wrestle him. No one should wrestle your attacker, stun then run. So from here, he punches, go ahead. Don't rely just on your block. You have to move away from the attack as well. So that the analogy being if a car's going on the highway and one kind of both 50 miles an hour, they bump, it's a bump, you can feel it. You see it in the old movies where there's a car chase. They always bump the back bumper, okay? Well, they're both speeding. If you take one and then slow that car down or park it, and the other one slams into it, it's huge. Now, if you take 2 cars coming together, it's even worse. So you don't want to be here, and if the punch is too fast, your block's too weak, you're gonna take that punch, you're not moving. Move away from it, okay? So he punches, I'm gonna block, move away and deflect it anywhere. Then I'm gonna take my backhand and do what's called a transfer. I'm gonna slap, pretend to fly, land on his arm, and I slap it down. It does two things. It controls, transfers control of that arm from this hand to this hand, allowing for a forward hand strike. Okay, and it does another thing, watch his head. It's throwing the cars together. Boom! I'm doubling the impact. So here it's block, transfer, punch, and it's a quick piston-like punch. For safety in class, we do a punch. In reality, this is a spear hand, or a palm strike, or throat, arc hand. It's open hand stuff. Don't punch. So he punches, it's 1, 2, 3. That's how you learn it, but it's too slow. It's gotta be one move. He punches, one move, 3 parts, okay? And that's the why you can throw 2 or 3 things to an attacker's 1. And that's the conjugal system. So Laura, let's go ahead. Yes. Well, I'm gonna now, I'm gonna have me be the guinea pig, step out for a second. So let's go right step forward.
So if you take like the 4-hour course,
Yeah.
do you like have renewal? Because like, if you don't get attacked, like
We
you
are-
forget, you know?
No, well, we do. We're,
You just renew.
I bet we
just go
did
back.
like 4 already this year. I've
Okay.
done, it was UD. We have the University of Dubuque softball team, the girls come up, and they've done it for 3 years with us. And it's perfect because, you know, I think all college kids should learn self-defense, especially this day and age. And in fact, when we were first opened up in 98 down on Main Street, it's where El May was. That was our old karate school.
Okay.
The class we taught was moms with their daughters. Either going off to college, do it with each other. And it did 2 things. First, it gave the moms a lot of relief that, okay, my daughter knows how to do it. And at the end of every self-defense course, you have the option of breaking the boards that we do. And again, and these girls, women, I got a 74-year-old lady, Janet, coming in from Galena every Sunday for private lessons. She used to be an aerobics instructor in the 80s and was just called the one time when she was 72. She goes, I just want to get back in shape. She's in good shape when she walked in, like, my God, she doesn't look 72, you know? Anyway, so she's training, but the girls, then it kind of opened this mom-daughter communication bridge to say, they did this together. We talked about topics of sexual assault, things like that, date rape, all this stuff, stranger danger, everything. And it really, I had a mom come up afterwards and say, you know what, this really helped because our daughter and I could not talk about it. I've been trying to tell her to be careful. She's been, mom, I know. Now she knows what I'm talking about. And that's what I mentioned too, and about, you know, young women this is all easy to learn. It's all natural moves and everyone in here can do all these. And the way, you know, to prepare yourself is what I tell everybody at the end of the course is, this isn't it. This is the start. Now, I showed you, we're going to do exercises and stuff, or at least show you some of the things you can do to strengthen your body and be ready at all times. It's not hard, but you have to commit yourself to doing some of these exercises every day. And I tell the kids, you know, at home or at the class, when you're at home watching TV, a commercial comes on, well, shoot, now there are 10 minutes of commercials. So during the commercial breaks, get up, do some stuff, and then go sit back down. But you did more than you would if you just sat through the commercials, okay? But let's do, we'll do the block transfer strike, I'll punch, okay? Good. Do wing punch transfer, Rich. Okay. On those same side, do tiger, okay, palm wing a palm. Good, and then tiger strike. Good, yeah, and that's, of course, here in an eye strike. As well as the kicking and everything. And we're gonna have, I have the kicking shows that I want you guys to just try and kick your shoes off and just kick this, see how easy and how much power you can generate. You don't need a lot of power because the target areas that we're attacking are sensitive, okay? That they'll hurt. You don't have to, you're not gonna punch them in the chest. You're gonna punch them where they have no muscle, the biggest bodybuilders, everything. You look at these Arnold Schwarzenegger things. They got the big, huge upper body. They have nothing here of the solar plexus. They have nothing around their trachea, their throat, their face. the eyes, everything. Their knee, if you watch any NFL game and they get tackled, they twist their knee a little bit. 400-pound solid muscle guys are getting paid and get helped off the field. That's what that sidekick is. If he punched from here, I'm gonna move, and then go ahead and punch, I'm gonna grab, and I'm gonna smash the knee. Right there, and then they can't chase you. They're gonna be maybe cussing at you, okay? But again, anatomy, figure out where's their weakest part, what weapons do I have, and then attack it. And especially with the groin, okay? From here, obviously, any kick is going to be, even if you hit a guy here, there is, they go, oh, you know, it's just nothing we can do. That's how we are made. We're going to protect ourselves. The first thing he did, though, okay? But Kung Fu, karate, they work to the back of the opponent to where if Dylan, you move, okay? I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna strike here, hit high, move, kick. That's the one they don't see. And that's the one that's gonna finish, stun and run, okay? Work around them, get away and escape. And the other thing that I encourage everybody is like looking at your clothes. Right now, this looks good because it must be, you know, it's just a natural attire, but the shoes. Can you, if you were walking outside, could you run a block as fast as you can in the shoes you got on? And if you can't, they're probably not the best shoes to wear if you think you're gonna go somewhere where you may have to defend yourself. Like you never know where that's gonna be, but think about attire. You're in tight pants or skirts, you know, dresses come down here and they're walking like this. You're not gonna kick, okay? So just think of clothing, what you got. And then again, as hair, you know, she just knows in class you can tie your hair back because that's a nice target. I don't have to worry about that, okay? But always think, what ifs? What if I'm going out with friends and you're in a bar or a restaurant, you're sitting at the table, look around. Say, what if that guy had too much to drink and just came over to the table bothering us, you know? And the waiters or nobody's doing nothing. You never know. Just say, what if? What would I do? So not to be paranoid about your surroundings, but just think of what could we do in that situation. And then the number one, I brought a handout for you in the 10 tips for women's self-defense. Do the buddy system. Don't walk alone. And I don't know how this looks completely safe out here, walking to your car at night. But you know where I mean, like if you go to a convention, some out of town, and people, the attackers are predators. They're waiting for the one person that breaks away from the group. Just like in you see the old African hunting thing. That's what the wild cats do, the tigers. They wait till one strays away and then they get them. And that's exactly what it is. And we talked about the personal safety like at home or your purse. You know, people have their purses just sitting out. That's fine. You're at work. But if you have it in your car, and the one handout said like put it in your trunk. Okay, I wouldn't say that, but I always have like on the side of my car seat, there's a towel. So I can just throw a towel over it and it's the door's locked, but they can't see it. If they see, oh, there's a purse, or throw in the back seat on the floor and put the towel over it. My wife has to do it all the time. We go to the softball games with my daughters. Simple, common sense stuff like that. Don't make yourself a victim. And again, you know, as far as going into a restaurant with your purse, do you need the purse or do you just need your card to pay? Take the card out, put it somewhere, leave your purse. Because if you're sitting on the table, you go up to the bar, salad bar, whatever, boom, your purse is gone. And it's that quick. It's all prevention. And that's your best weapon. So I've got that handout for you. So let's do this. And we got till what, 11:30. So I do want to give everybody a chance to show you a couple things, some exercises. And Laura, come on out here. I'm gonna kick my shoes and stuff off too. Because not that you need the shoes off, but I've been doing it for 50 years, so. I started when I was 14 years old. I'm 64 now. So what I want to do is we just do some basic exercises that for strengthening. So if you want to just grab a piece of the floor and you can take your shoes off if you want or not, but the big thing right here is just stand on your tippy toes. Just like that. That's what Laura broke the board with, the front kick, just like that, okay? You can feel you're building up all the strength here, and especially if you then have to run fast, those ankles, the muscles around the ankles are stronger. You're not gonna twist an ankle because you're not used to running. And the other thing I would always recommend, everybody's going out now for walks, every so often, run for maybe 20, 30 yards, fast as you can. And then stop walking and say, okay, how do I feel? I'm out of breath. 9 times out of 10, an attacker who has to chase you will stop chasing you after about 30 yards. Those are screw you, I'll attack somebody who can't run. You know, running is a weapon, but you need cardio to do that. Okay, then the other one is just have your guard up like this, okay? And just bring your knee up to your chest, fast, and this tighten core, here, boom, yeah, here. That, which what we just did, Dylan go. That's okay. But that's what we did, like Laura, here. So now, wrap around my neck and knee me. Okay, okay. Keep going. Okay. So just pop that knee up fast. And if you can, they got it, hair, whatever head, then you pull the head into it. Yeah. It's just a quick start and run. Okay, especially if you kick them first, guess where they're going? Oh, and then boom, and get out of there. Okay, so that's one. The other one is just make a circle here. It loosens up the whole hip joint.
Is this what we're supposed to be doing at commercials? Is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, not going to the kitchen like I do.
Yeah. I guess you can still snack while you're doing it.
I could walk like this to the
Yes.
kitchen.
Here we go, and here. The other one, stand up on the tippy toes, okay? Have your feet about shoulder width apart. Now, put your guard up, and then just go down a little bit and stop. Keep on your balls of your feet, no heels on the floor. And then a little lower.
Feel the burn.
And then a little lower. Up a little bit. Up a little bit. Down a little bit. Down a little bit. Stay there. I'm hearing crepitus. Okay. Up a little bit. Up a little bit. And then shake them. Simple exercise, but that gives you powerful front kicks and running muscles. Okay.
I'm gonna give a tutorial on this here.
Yeah, now, the other part, if we can kind of spread out and just sit
Do you
down.
have workout classes just for this?
Yeah,
really.
We do, and in fact, I don't know if you guys are ever interested, but on Saturday mornings, we have adult class and high rank kids class, that 11 to noon. If you guys ever want to come in on a Saturday, no charge, from 11 to noon, and we can run through some of this stuff at the studio. It's easy, and like I say, you can certainly invite you guys. And did you say your daughter is doing it?
She just got
With
done
Brett.
with Brett. Mhm. For the summer. Do
And
you
I
guys
told-
go
yeah.
through the summer?
Huh?
Do you guys go through the
Yeah, we're
summer?
going all year round.
Okay,
And so if you ever wanted to, how old is she?
12.
She's 12. You want to bring her on Saturday morning out, and a lot of times you're there, or Sue Merrick is there and things. We can show you, we've got amazing women and girls there that are just unbelievable. And not that they're anything special, athletic or anything, but martial arts just awakens this stuff that I can do this. And like I say, it'll find something that each one of you can do. That say, I didn't know I could do that, but boy, this would work, okay? So have your feet out in front of you. Point your toes, okay? Have your guard up. Maybe your feet shoulder width apart. Okay, then just pick this one up.
No, just pick it up.
Just pick it up,
No problem.
okay? And then down, and do the other one. Okay, the other one here. Now
Cramp.
circle it. Already, Marla? Okay, then reverse the circle. So you're using these muscles here, you can feel it here, and you feel it here. Now set it down, now do the other one.
They're nothing high impact or anything. It's just you're strengthening these muscles and rotate, reverse. Okay. Now, from here, take, if you're right-handed, use your right foot. If you're left-handed, use your left foot. And just put it up, point your toe. Now, write your name. Okay. Like that. And it takes your mind off of you're doing exercise, you're just writing your name, and you forget you just did, you know, however letters in your name, okay? Then, right from here, he's back.
There's Dylan.
Then, have your guard up. So we did this one, do this one, do that one, and do both. Now you gotta tense your stomach really hard, do both. But keep breathing, don't hold your breath. Keep breathing, beautiful. And now, again, that works the whole front of the leg and your core, okay? The most healthiest thing you want to do is your core, because, and what I tell my students is, you got one body. This is like a car, it's got to get you where you're going all through life. And I had, years ago, I was doing a health fair, I think it was at Mercy Hospital. And there was a personal trainer there from Bellevue who was very good. And we had the booth right next to it. So all day we're comparing notes. So she said, you know, I tell my clients, if you don't make time for health, you'll make time for illness. And it's true. If you don't take time for health, you're going to get sick. So these are all basic, simple things. Okay. So we got the V-sit. Let's go to the V-sit here, feet apart. And then just up and down. Now crisscross. Now circle. And circle. Beautiful. Okay, just like that. Now, we'll do it sitting down just for take the balance away. So I'm gonna go sideways here. So just lay flat and take your knee and just hug it to your chest. Stretch it out. Hug it just like that. And then switch. Switch. And one more. Now, what you're going to do is take your knee and on the left, if you got the right knee up or you got the left, go to the opposite side and push that down. But all the time reaching for the floor on the other side. It'll stretch out the whole spine. There. And then do the other side. And stretch here. And then do this one. Now this time, reach with your toes. Touch your toes. And the other side. Touch your toes. Okay. Then, right from here, pull one leg in. Tight. Back out straight. Hold yourself up. Toes back at you. And just walk down here as far as you can go and touch your toes, but keep the knee flat. Just like that. Stretches out the hamstrings. Do the other side. Same way. Then, I think this will work here. Everybody kneel down like this. Now, have your feet, knees about shoulder width apart and kneel like this. Take your feet and push down hard on the floor. Back up, hands on your hips. Tense your stomach, and what you're going to do is slowly go back a little bit. This will really burn the front and tighten your abs here. And then come up. Back a little bit more. And up. And now what I tell the students at work, at school, because we have the same ceiling, look at the square above you. And then lean back with the next one. Look at the next. All the way down. Up a little bit. And like that. It gives you.
The air's on. It's
Yeah.
it's 68
And I
degrees.
get to sweating a lot too. I just sweat like that.
I can't get the fans going faster either.
No, we're good. Okay, so everybody up. Take them out. Laura?
It's
you wanna-
called working out, Tricia.
Sorry. I don't think you put that in the program.
If you guys want to make 2 lines back here, I want you to just come up and kick the pad. Kick the pad with your, with the shoes off preferably, because it'll tear the bag of the shoes. If you want.
to do it? Who's gonna be the first one to do it?
Dylan. Dylan. Look at, he's going, I don't care, whatever. So, yes, front like that. So remember how you stood on your tippy toes. That's the part you're gonna hit the pad with. Don't do your toes. You'll do it once, and then you won't do it again. It hurts. Get those toes back.
So like with the back, like the.
With the ball of the foot right there. See, more. Right there. See? It's just kind of flex up here. How you would kick would be on your shoes on. You're gonna hit with probably the toes and the instep. But with the shoes on, you're not gonna hurt your toes. You got sandals, you would. But okay, so what you're gonna do, come up to us. Let's make 2 rows, because Laura's got 1. And then I'm here. So what you're gonna do is aim for that little center here, not the whole pad. It's like the target of an archery course. Aim for the bullseye. And you'll hit around here. Okay, because that's the target area. It'll do no good training all this stuff, and you go to poke the eyes and you go like this. Oh, it didn't work. The eye's right there, you gotta hit it. Okay, so come on up and kick us. When you kick, yell hot. It does 3 things. Number 1, if you're attacked, you remember how when I broke the board, I yelled, and all of you jump, huh? It'll startle the attacker from thinking offensive to what just happened. For that split second, you have that little window to hit them and go. Okay, so yell like you're yelling at your kids. No. Then the second one is it releases all that instant apprehension and fear inside you. It's an adrenaline rush. Get it out of you. And third, it gives you more power. You see in the Olympics, the weightlifters, they're lifting, they're yelling. It just gives them more power. Okay, so 3 things: it'll startle the attacker, get you the anxiety out, and startle the give you more power. So kick right here, and you're trying to kick us. We're just holding this so you don't hurt us. Kick us in the belly. So come on up and nail us. Go ahead. A couple times. Good. Now don't jump. Don't jump. Just stay stationary and kick. Right there. Beautiful. That's enough power right there. Would break the board. That would break the board. Keep on. Keep on. Kick. Good. Now try the other leg. You can't tell the attacker, wait, I gotta use my good leg. You got whatever side he's on. I'm not hearing anything.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Go. Good. How many moms we got in here? Any moms? Oh my God. Okay. Happy Mother's Day, lady. But give it a yell, okay? Protect for your children. Okay, Marla. Next. Where's our yellow belt? Yeah, show us your front kid. You got this. Nice.
You go first. 30 years.
Yeah, and remember speed. Speed is power. That one. Beautiful. Other leg. Nice. Go. Yep. Beautiful. When you're hitting, you push just like that. That was perfect.
That's a good one.
Anyone else? Come on, Ed.
It's been a long.
That's okay. Beautiful.
Okay, look at you.
No. Yes.
The old days.
Back to side kick. Give her a hand. Nice. Dylan, did you want to kick?
Come on, Dylan, you gotta get back at him.
Now. Yes. Now, do it again. Stand here. Okay, now, okay. Do it again, one more time. Don't want to go, don't throw yourself off. Just keep your head in one stationary spot and now kick. And then remember, get closer, point your knee to your target, then extend. Right there, my target. Yep, and then right there. Okay, now kick. Keep the head right here. Yep. Right, yep, push. It's this difficulty. But it's natural, you got it. That's a nice kick. Now, increase the speed. Fast. Oh, gee. There you go. Good, bro, now.
Okay, I'm done.
So let's do this other one here is, and you know what, if you want, we can take turns, everybody can hold this, but what I want you to do is grab the pad here, like this, and I want you to just knee it. Okay, so. Try it. Show it to somebody. Just knee strike, yeah. Got to it. Yep.
My hands are sweaty.
Now you're going to, you want to just hold it. Yeah, push it out. There it is, see? Right there. Stop. You put your knee up, put your knee up, right here. See, that's coming here, that's coming up. And it's a powerful strike, or it's coming this close. Boom, that's all you need. All right, go. Fingers on the tape. Fingers where? Anyone else? Did you do it? You want to try? Just, yes. Beautiful.
Yeah, then it just.
There. Yeah, but it feels good just to hit something, you know. Hit it. Yes. Okay, now, Laura. Now, this time, Laura, I'll hold this, you do an elbow strike. This time, I want you to, again, pull your hand back, clench your fist, and then you hit here with this part of the elbow, or you can hit this part, okay, this part, the back, or like she's doing here, okay? So, hit to your hip, yes, again, and again, and if you look at her hip rotation, if I can use someone here, I'll use you. No, Dylan's here. I thought you left. But look at everything, like you said, when you did your side kick. They probably, I hope, told you to rotate your hip, because that gives you power. If you're standing here, I'm doing nothing but my hip, boom, okay? I did no energy. And this is what you're gonna need to get away, like if you grab and you have an elbow against the ribs, and let's go here, so I'll throw you at the table. Okay, so from here, I'm gonna hit and then hit, push with my hip to get away. The hip is everything. Hip rotation has the power. So come on up, Dylan, hit this with an elbow. Just nail it. Boom, yep, just like that. You're gonna pull it back, like a swing of a bat, and nail it. My head's the ball. Right there.
There you go.
That's it. And you can go from here, hit or hit. Okay, or hit, upward, or downward, boom, and the knee, and the elbow. You have so many weapons that you can use. So, let's go, come on up and hit us with an elbow. Okay. Try. Beautiful. She's tough. No, hit her.
Don't go back, Dylan.
She's a black belt. Taylor. No, go. Okay, who wants to hit me? Someone come up and hit me. Okay.
So it's like.
Yep, and you can either hang onto this or just do your elbow here, but you know, it can give you some more power if you want to pull. Anything.
Like, even though I'm gonna use this arm, I'm gonna throw
Yep.
it back.
That's it.
I'm gonna stop there.
Okay, anyone else?
Do I step into it? That's what I do?
Are you from Bellevue?
Yeah.
I teach at the after school program in public school,
Yeah, no,
23 years.
Son was supposed to do
Who was it? Or- Well, he didn't do it.
it. Yeah.
And now it's over, but
Yeah.
in the Bellevue program, yeah, they all can come in the summer free, any of the Bellevue students. We have 61 students down there. Yeah, how old is he? What grade? Oh my God, yeah, they're so cute. And they, again, you should see the kids, how they do it. I don't know if they had some paper down there. We had a huge test at the end of the year. It was really good. Good for you. Nice. Yeah, speak. Yeah. Okay, anyone else? Who wants to hit me? Somebody hit me. Yeah. Like that. If you hit somebody with that, all around the facial bones, they're gonna break, the nose is gonna, here, chin, if you hit the chin, the jaw will break, here.
Yell, Cindy.
Perfect. I know. Try it.
No, I'm not as coordinated as you guys, but I'll try.
But it's just a natural. Yep, just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, beautiful, hard, like that. Oh, beautiful. And then she's pushing. Yeah, we should do the same. Love it.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That's easier than kicking. Yeah, I gotta get rid of my handles.
Nice, very good. Now, on the last one more, then we're gonna go to these, but this time,
We're exhausting.
turn around.
We're working on it.
Now, okay, now I'm coming up behind her and now just a minute,
She's ready for you.
She's been no, so you're gonna be standing like this. As soon as you feel the pad touch you, you extend that arm out and back hard. Boom, okay? Again. And again. Okay, hard and fast. As soon as you feel somebody touched you, it's boom. And you turn around at your husband, give me a hug and say, oh, I'm sorry. Boom.
I thought you were an attacker.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In my living room. Okay, so come on up here and grab one more and just turn your back and I'm just gonna touch this to your back and just hit it. Okay? Very nice. Just wait. Yeah, you should. Yes. Beautiful. Now the other elbow. These are so quick to attack. Good. Now do both elbows. 1, 2.
Right here.
Hit. No. 1, 2. Yep.
Say that again, do what?
1 and 2. Yes. 1, 2. Good.
Okay.
And that's going to get you if they're grabbing, if they're coming from here, and then she does the elbows right here. 1, 2, on the side of the rib. Okay, that's right. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, somebody. Somebody come
I'll do
on.
it. I'll do it.
Turn around. You don't know I'm an attacker coming.
Oh.
Yes. The other elbow. There. Yep. Beautiful.
Kill him.
How old were you when you probably 30?
30 years ago.
Yes, hit. Good. You're going to want to hit and then get out of there. Get distance. That's your biggest safety. Okay. Then the other part now, I want everybody like, get a partner and have one of these. Let me get whoever. I'll throw it over to you. Who wants one? Dylan. Okay, yeah, we'll do it. You got a partner? Yeah, well, somebody's gonna need one. Okay. We'll share. All I want you to do now, these are just training aids. What you want to do with these is just put this here, tuck your fingers in there, and just hold it like this. Okay. And then this is the striking. What I want you to do is go from here and hit with the palm strike. Just like this and like this. Okay. And that's to the nose, to the chin, to the face, to the jaw, anywhere. Okay. Just with a palm strike. Just hit each other.
Sorry. You don't want
You can generate power from here, but for now, it's pull back, it's travel.
Yeah, right.
Guys, look. Everybody listen, pull that hand back, flex it, because you don't want to hit here, you want to hit here. Oh, right into the face, okay?
There you go.
Yes, more. There. Bring this up here, it's all up. And then just go around. There you go.
Did you guys take good try?
Yeah. Good. Yeah, she's
Think tight, tight. Yes, yes, you got it. Hit, and then break.
Oh.
You would hit it. Well, here's what happened. If I can yell it. Okay, everybody watch. Here's the claw, here's tiger system. You're going to strike either to the nose or to the chin. And I can either go to the chin here and then strike to the throat. Okay, and then here, low, back high, elbow, knee. You can just do anything fast, but what you're doing is you're hitting here and then naturally go into the eye. Okay, right, it just rips your tiger, your hits.
Yeah.
They gotta think, I just attacked an animal, you know, instantly on the aggression, okay? So it hits here, and then it would go here. Or, from here, it hits low, and then it rips, okay? Kung Fu, they are terrible, but, and if you ever done the Tai Chi, this is hit, and it's called monkey grabs peach. It's peach, you know? It's terrible, but that's what it is. That's what they hit, okay? They have terrible analogies, but that's what it is, okay? So now, everybody, let's put these, everybody hit this. Let's put these away. Let's go down. I want one more thing I want to show you. Okay.
Yeah, you're keeping us from lunch.
I'm sorry. I know when I'm hungry, I'm an animal. So let's go down. Everybody, watch Laura. Come here. Go to push up. Okay, do a push up. Keep going. Push up. Go. Push up. Okay. And stop. So everybody, go to push up position here. Just try it. Just go here. If you want, kneel down. If you want, kneel down. Okay. Okay. And then do this. Down low and up. Now, push down with your palm. It's a tiger. Okay. And push. Like that. We do a lot of push-ups in martial arts. But it's not to torture you guys. But if, see, we have a wall, Laura. If you're walking along here by a wall and they come up to you, you have to do a push-up, push and turn and run. You have to have strength to be able to go here, okay? Or if she's walking and they grab you here, okay? Put the hands on the chest and push. You have to have pushing strength to get them to a distance where you can hit with a knee, an elbow and get out of there, or a strike, okay? Heaven forbid, go down on the ground, okay? This is the worst position you want to be in as a woman. Now, I'm serious. You have to, and another drill that we do is we do a lot of crunches, sit-ups, things like that. But she's going to do a sit-up and a double palm strike. Go. Boom, boom. And then she'll roll out and get out of there. It's what weapons do I have where I'm at? What can I use for target areas? And then get out. Okay? But if they're on top of you, you have got to have enough power to push, turn them off, and get out of there. And that's why I say, if during commercial time, whatever, strengthen yourself. If you did it every day, in 2 months, you are going to be strong. It's not going to be right away. You're going to, oh, this is hard, whatever. But pretty soon, you're going to have, you build the muscle memory so that when you have to throw a knee, it's already there because you've done this 1,000 times, okay? You've done this and push-ups, the crunches, the core, everything. It's all just common sense stuff that you can use to survive and escape, okay? And again, I want to thank Laura for being here.
Yes,
Dylan,
thank
thank you so much. Guys do great.
Do you have a handout of those
Did I-
stretches or exercises, or
You know
do
what?
I have it?
I can get it to you. I'll bring you a
Yeah.
book. I thought I
Yeah.
brought a book that has all
You
these,
probably did.
all these in here. They're all in here.
I'm sure you probably did.
Check and see, but if
And
not,
I could copy those. or
Copy it,
scan them
whatever.
and
Yep.
Email.
give them to people. This is
Yep.
Pam.
I know how to get a hold of you.
You,
so.
anything you need, but guys, it's easy. You have no idea how powerful you guys are. That's natural.
Or is that just a?
That was just okay, hi, everybody. We're back. Okay, we're gonna start our noon session. This is Collins, is it Eboh? Eboh, and he's with the city of Dubuque, and I'll let him talk about what he does there, but he's here to talk about bias interruption.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me. Again, my name is Collins Eboh, Interim Director of Equity and Rights for the city of Dubuque. I have the pleasure of presenting to you today, maybe even the privilege of presenting after lunch. No hungry stomachs are trying to get going, but then again, maybe the burden of presenting after lunch that all of you are fueled and really attentive to what I have to say. Ooh, no pressure.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. All right, so going into, well, I'll back up for a quick moment for a second. Again, the director or interim director of equity and rights for the city of Dubuque. And for the purpose of time, I can, during Q&A, if we have some, answer questions about what this office does, how some of the work that I'm going to be presenting today informs our work, and generally any questions that you have from the presentation. But I do want to be clear and create a space here for you not to be intimidated by the information that I'm sharing. I'm going to be sharing a lot, but still raise your hand or speak up. Same thing goes for those virtually as well too. I'll try to look to the chat to make sure I'm not over talking anyone wanting to share virtually, but still, this is a learning environment and let's learn together here. So going over the agenda today here, we're going to be defining bias, intervention methods, both at the individual and institutional level, connecting this back to your work and your relationships, interpersonal and interdepartmental relationships, that is. Some narratives and assumptions behind this type of work in local government today, some closing thoughts, and again, space for questions. But first, some things to keep in mind. Again, we come from different perspectives and we're learning from different seats here. And that's limited by our views and our experiences, our assumptions, and our just own personal identities of understanding what the issues are of today and how they're connected to our work and how we can apply these things to. So that's to say that I don't have all of the answers. I'm not assuming as well that you all have all those answers as well too. That this is a learning space and that space for us to help us inform how to apply these things to our work. And that comes from different perspectives that we need to respect and value. So with that, I'm asking that we take space, we make space. When we're commenting, when we're adding to conversations, and that what is said here stays here. Take the stories, maybe leave the people, or leave the names. Does that make sense? The lessons leave, the names stay. What's learned here leaves here. That's what I mean. And then trying to and intend to create a brave space for you to be asked some of the questions that you might have had in this space that you haven't had an opportunity to ask or have answered before. Offer what we can, ask for what you need, and accept a bit of lack of closure in this environment and in this conversation as well. Again, that churning in your stomach now is digesting food. It's not anticipating what we're going to go through today. So, one more quick note here. This is a conversation, reflecting on yourself, interactions, institutions, an opportunity to stretch, if you will. But what this isn't a fix-all, and a complete understanding of and comprehensive understanding of diversity or equity and inclusion work, or about controlling language, but it is about acknowledging impact and the influence that we have from our seats and through our work. So some objectives for today. We're going to be trying to understand how biased interactions create disparate outcomes. reflecting on how we perpetuate bias policy and strengthen our understanding for interrupting bias policy to create equitable outcomes. Again, this is skill and tools training, and how we are connecting those things into policymaking and community interaction, inclusion. That's one step for making for better environments for all. So how do we do that? First, we do so by understanding a few key concepts. Today, we'll be talking about microaggressions, bias interruption, racial equity, equity tools, and the shared responsibility to lean into this work. Overall, this means that through our policy making, through our budgeting, our service delivery and distribution of resources, in asking ourselves and our system and our institution and our relationships these questions, we're trying to account for the different histories and the different perspectives and challenges and needs of the people that we serve and that we work with. Everyone comes from different spaces. How can we learn more about them to do our jobs better? So kick things off or step into the space. What do people know about this? What's your understanding of this? If I say implicit bias, what do people think that I mean by that? I'll say this too. For those of you in the room, if you've heard of the term implicit bias, cross your fingers. If you haven't heard of it before, then those goes. Is that how it's said? No? Okay. For those who shared that they had an understanding that they've heard of it before, would you like to share what you've heard about that term?
Isn't it kind of when you don't realize you're being biased, or you have your, I guess, it's your, the way you were brought up, or maybe it's just, you can't help it, or you don't realize you are?
Okay.
Kind of internal, or unless I'm misunderstanding that. Maybe.
No, this is, right now it's a, what have you heard about this term? What does this term mean to you? So no wrong answers here, or even the word bias. I'll break that down even more. Thank you for sharing. And those virtually too, you're in this too. So how we define bias is that it's what we're unaware of. It's the subconscious. Our brains process these millions of bits of information per second, but we can only consciously process about a fraction of that. We tend to make a lot of shortcuts to better process information, and these shortcuts help us better form associations. So we may unconsciously associate dark with bad or light with good, for instance. What about explicit bias? So subconsciously is the implicit. What might be the explicit?
Know your bias.
What you're aware of. We've got some head nods, some great eye contact. Yeah. Okay. So yes, it's being aware that bias, being aware of bias that operates consciously. Explicit bias is the attitudes and beliefs that we endorse at this conscious level. So we're consciously aware of about 40 pieces of information per second. The temperature, the light, darkness, scratchiness of our shirt, smells of perfumes or lack thereof. Again, it's important to understand that we carry both. They're formed by both our life experiences that can change over time, and as we move just through the room, they may even inform our decision-making thereafter in relationships or interactions. So what does bias look like? And you're going to see a lot of information here on the screen here, but I'm going to be talking through this both at the institutional level and then at the individual level here. So institutional level. These are policies, and I ask you to help me read this just from the left of the screen to the right here. Institutional bias. This is policy, these are policies that explicitly discriminate against a group of people. Examples of this can be using people of color as test subjects, as refusing to serve clients based on their race. This is illegal, but this can actually morph into the implicit unconscious territory here. Institutionally implicit policies can be reflected by health messaging that focuses on individual choice without regard to environmental conditions. Specifically, what I mean by that is that health messaging that focuses on, say, food access or food choices, but doesn't recognize structural issues like food deserts. We all need to eat healthier and eat 3 courses of meals, but if the grocery store is not within walking distance, is farther away from public transportation, or high priced, then those will create barriers that, again, don't take into account individual circumstances. Individual explicit barriers can be racial slurs or racial stereotypes. These are the prejudice in action discrimination. Negative associations with folks who identify differently than themselves, particularly statements like African Americans are X, trouble, etc., or don't deserve services, or that poor people spend their money on statements like that. And of course, individual explicit examples can be unconscious attitudes and the beliefs expressed through maybe gendered acknowledgement of titles or qualifications. I'm surprised that maybe the feeling of surprise when a doctor walks in. It's not, I won't even say what that was, because again, that picture of a doctor came into your mind. I don't know what that is for you. I myself have friends who are doctors and pediatricians who look a whole lot like me. I also, when thinking about a doctor, think about the orthopedic surgeon when I broke my finger in high school, who did not listen to my career mother, who said that he needs finger surgery or else it's not going to heal correctly. I'm not going to show you what my finger looks like right now. Now you're all looking at my finger. So I think about maybe the kind of biases that he came into the room when he might have saw a young kid with a broken finger presented as being Black and gave us an assessment only after talking to us for about 3 years, or 3 or 4 minutes. And then going into a personal story, but fast forward to 3 years ago, I had a pretty significant knee injury. I was packing a moving van to move to a new house, and significant knee injury, tore my patellar tendon. My wife was also 7.5 months pregnant also, and I had 2 teenagers helping us out too. So when I got to the hospital, being in this work, I looked at data, I looked at statistics. I know that there are associations that doctors have statistically made with people of color, particularly men, but especially women, in their tolerance to pain and in taking them seriously when talking about their health outcomes. So, and even data is showing that doctors, when factoring in those other qualifiers of who the patient might be, that they make more mistakes after 2 p.m. They will work long hours, so they are waiting into their lunch. So I got wheeled into there. It's 2:15 p.m. I'm like, oh my God. So I talked his ear off. This is who I am. This is what I do. This is me as an individual. This is me as a human being. See me. So trying to get ahead of that bias that I read up on and that I hopefully wasn't going to be the victim of if such a thing would happen. See the camera for the online view. Well, regardless, they can hear me. It looks like it's got a lazy eye. It's because, or no, don't say lazy eye, excuse me for saying that. I'm not perfect. So moving on. What does bias look like institutionally? I like to say it happens in these three different layers. The individual, the institutional, and the structural. Individual, as I've said, private beliefs, prejudices, and ideas, the expression of racism, ableism, ageism between individuals, and even classism as well, to those isms. Institutionally, policies informed by folks who have these individual beliefs that work to the benefit of certain people to the detriment of others. And then structurally, and overall, this is what that machines look like and how it might work. This is the history of current realities of the system in which policies, practices, those other norms perpetuate racial group inequality. And I'll speak later in the presentation today why explicitly we speak about race first, but not exclusively. So we might be riding on this machine. You might be riding it. Some of us are cogs of the wheel in this machine. Some of us are driving it. Some of us are even fueling this. Bias interruption work, equity work, and our vision with this work with the Office of Equity and Human Rights is meant to interrupt each of these three levels with this focus on the institutional. That being said, as I said, we're considering all intersections of identity, and we do check-ins when we notice that there are folks who we forget to think about or forget to consider. Everything is related and everything influences society. People, process, place. What you're seeing here is a map of Dubuque. On the right is a HOLC map from 1940 of Dubuque. And on the left is current Dubuque proper, of course, expanded. But doing that overlay and overlaying with current data around our racial and lower income and disabled population, those living with disabilities, they still match up with those populations that were segregated into these areas and pushed into these areas within the 1940s. So, group activity. We're going to take about 10 minutes or 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, to reflect and kind of discuss what we learned, heard from that video. Asking these three main questions, most surprising or impactful for you about this history. What do you think that people of color, those with disabilities, and lower income people, how do you think they're affected by those and impacted by those laws today? And why is it important to know this history in your current role? So we'll divide into, I hope, like about groups of 3, 1 to 3, 1 to 3, etc. For those of you virtually, we're going to break you into breakout rooms, and I'll put a timer on and come back to debrief in about 5 minutes. Beginning now.
I'm sorry. So the one thing that I wrote down. You mentioned it, I did I think a grocery store, I mean, it's different maybe now, but generally I think like both is nice to
Okay, 200 rooms. Come to in front of this.
And maybe that's, she said, I've never had. I struggle with that.
2 more minutes.
Yeah. Right. And then I think over certain education.
And I have zero experience. Yeah. But that's because I'm not living. I know, well, and I guess but I guess that's the problem. I'm the problem.
We'll come back in about 30 seconds.
You know, they had no idea there were people killed and riots and burning. What you didn't know. Yeah. Things like that.
Yeah.
Right. Right. So nobody.
I don't really.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Yep. I'm gonna see more of these.
Okay. So I think people, the way Zoom works sometimes is that even though like the record is closed, people can still stay in it for about 43 seconds. So maybe I'm just gonna ramble for another 40 seconds before people cut out. So heard a lot of discussion. People definitely talked. Please, if you'd like to share, please do.
I didn't realize that, things were separated like they are when, with loans. I never knew that. I always wondered why, so many people rented and didn't own or, didn't have that. And that makes sense now that, you see that. That's government laws have to change.
A quick comment, even a through line to today, that despite comparable and in sometimes even better scores, with comparable or even better credit scores,
Right.
African Americans in the United States still typically with public or private credit unions and banks typically
Still don't have it.
get loans at lesser rates.
Yeah.
And we can actually look to the home loan origination rate. That is a publicly available data point for the county of Dubuque that is disaggregated by race. That shows the rates at which folks across age, gender, and race are given home loans.
So why in a home loan application do they even ask race?
Yeah,
That's what my question was.
Yeah,
Or
so.
age? Why is that important?
Yeah. So later in the presentation, for the 10 minutes that we have, I'm gonna be speaking about something just like that. So that is a point of policy that in examining the consequences, possibly unintended consequences of policy, that if companies don't have a good justification as to why that is, then do they really need to? No. And if their justification is that they're assessing risk in some way, and that that's part of the calculation, then their justification in doing so needs to be transparent and backed up with facts or data. So what I mean by that, another short example, is that, and this isn't a plug or a advertisement, but Green State Credit Union statistically has more loans through African Americans within the state of Iowa and the Midwest than some of their counterparts. Despite these applicants, again, having the same rates of income, credit, etc., denied at some other institutions approved like Green State, and they're no more or less risky of applicants than anyone else. But justifications from those other institutions are that we just assess risk this way, we've always done it this way, without, again, looking into the weeds of how those, that scoring of those risk calculations affect people of color. So it can simply be an answer of it's not needed anymore. And the institutional and individual biases by those who are approving of these loans are frankly seeing a Black name or a Black, someone who's identifying as such, and making those negative associations and steering them towards riskier loans, or not, or this is documented, even in the city of Dubuque, of steering them towards neighborhoods that they don't need, that they're expressing they don't want to live in, and that they can afford not to live in. So again, these stereotypes and these biases need to be interrupted. And sometimes it does take looking at the data and looking at the outcomes to frankly look at a piece of policy and ask, is this needed anymore? No, it's already. So for the sake of time, I mean, you had great conversations. I overheard a bit of some, but I'd like to move on for a second.
You might be able to go past one because my 1 o'clock can't do it, and they found me someone else to do it, and I'm seeing if they can go a little after 1. So
Okay, great. I am going to ask.
I'm gonna call them.
All right. Take slow steps, please. Please, someone else in the room, if you'd like to share. From parts of your discussion, or maybe a few things that are moving in your head.
Part of our discussion, they don't mind if I share with that, their family member was a teacher and they had some family member or whatever, that a kid came up and said, well, you only like the white part of your family member because it was, you know, a mixed family or whatever. And it was like, oh, not very interesting. I was like, whoa.
And I think one thing too is, I mean, a lot of us are from smaller, or live in smaller communities now.
Sure.
That we may not see like the racial, I mean, I think sometimes you think of bias, you only think of racial.
Right.
But I think like in small towns, sometimes you have more of like the family name type thing. Like, oh, it's that family, and that they were a problem back when, you know, so-and-so was young, and less of a racial type bias. And not that, and I'm from a bigger community originally, and I was saying that, yeah, I definitely see, like, with like the breakouts of like the redlining where I'm from is that way still. And I mean, it's sad to think that we haven't come very far. No.
Thank you. Virtually, could, if you'd like to, unmute yourself. They have the ability to unmute themselves, right?
Yep.
Okay. If anyone would like to share virtually in the discussions online. We'll move on. So that was the institutional. Let's bring this a little bit closer and talk about the individual. Question here, what do we know about microaggressions, if we've heard the term before? Again, I think I've heard about this, or no? Okay. I'll jump right into it. And virtually too, please put into the chat to participate here. Microaggressions are the everyday verbal, nonverbal, and everyday slights, environmental slights, snubs or insults, whether intentional or unintentional, which communicate hostile, derogatory, or negative messages to target persons based solely upon their marginalized membership. This is a definition from the University of Iowa, by Professor 2020. Comment on what I acknowledge from virtually, that they agree with Sarah, that in smaller communities, that they don't necessarily see racial bias, but they might see more family status bias or income status. Two good points that I'll address again later on today. As I make this definition of microaggression, I can kind of see it out of the corner of my eye. Oh. Yeah.
It's like one of those words that doesn't give you a very good feeling. And then as you like read through it, you're like, oh. Yeah, yeah.
I thought that this morning.
Yeah, you're just kind of like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How might this be expressed if we're, well, I'll go deeper into the definition here, or into examples here. Again, they're automatic, often automatic and unintentional. Occur in brief instances daily. They perpetuate maybe a worldview of supremacy or superiority. These two incidences, as I'm still talking about this through line of race expressed in statements of, you don't speak Spanish? Or, I'm not being homophobic, you're just being too sensitive. They typically occur due to those underlying biases and prejudices. As I said, they convey maybe rudeness or demean someone's individual identity, and they invalidate, they exclude, they negate, they nullify someone's individual thoughts or feelings. Things of race-based microaggressions can be, you speak good English. The message, you aren't American. Color blindness. When I look at you, I don't see color. the impact of that is that it denies a person's racial or ethnic experiences. Denial or of individual racism. Hey, my best friend is Black, so that means that there's nothing that I've ever thought or said or done in my entire life to make you think that I can or ever could be a racist. Wow, that's a really deep dive into your conscious, subconscious, and like your entire thing. Anyway. And then the impact will be that I'm immune because I have friends of color. I don't need to see your perspective. More examples can be based on identity of race, of gender, sexual orientation, or disability. Without being asked, a man helps a disabled person board a train. The impact of that is that you can't function on your own here. Gender, it's unlikely for you to pursue a degree in a certain field. Thinking back to that example I gave at the beginning of, or toward the beginning of picturing a doctor in your mind. And for the sake of time, I'm going to be kind of going through some of these slides a bit quickly. Again, refusing service to a person living with a disability and other examples here. The impact of these are some internal dilemmas, and that may lead to some internalization of some thoughts. Did I hear what I thought I heard? Did they say what they thought they said? What did they mean by that? Should I have said something? They're probably going to think I'm overreacting, or that speaking up is going to hurt more than it helps me, my relationships, my organization. But this has effects for not addressing these things. From one colleague to another, for those who are advised or advised, for employees, employers, really do think about the rapport and the trust and attuning to these relationships that we have. So what do we do about it? What can we do about it? How can we intercede and interrupt some of these things? Intervention methods on the individual level can look different in many ways. In these, we speak first to inquiring, asking. Say more about that. Can you elaborate your point? We had a meeting last Thursday, and I just felt this in the room, and I just want to go back to that moment and just kind of move through that and kind of understand what you meant. I kind of express what I felt. Reframing the conversation. Hold on, I heard you say this. Have you ever thought about it like this? It's checking in. Both the people who verbalize the microaggressions and those who may be affected by those things too. Hey, I heard this in that meeting the other day. I was sitting next to you. I just want to check in with you because I felt that in the room, and I just want to ask if you're okay and what we can do to make this a better environment for all of us. And as I said, revisit it. Let's rewind 5 minutes. This is what I heard. This is what I perceived that the impact was. Let's kind of clear the air here to understand what is really happening. So on the individual level, those are different examples of interrupting the bias. And again, I'll share all of this with you all so you can look through to see how to apply these things possibly within your own sphere. I spoke before about being explicit when speaking about racial equity and using that to guide our interventions at the institutional level with policies. So why do we speak with, say, racial equity? What does that actually mean? So equity is achieved when one's identity can't be predicted by one's outcome. I'm sorry, one's identity cannot predict the outcome, excuse me. So racial equity advances result in opportunities where race, ethnicity, income can no longer be used to predict life outcomes, and outcomes for all are improved because government is delivering services that work better for everyone, meaning that policymaking, budgeting, service delivery, distribution of resources account for those different histories, challenges, and needs of the people that we serve. As I said, this work is not race explicit nor exclusive. It's race and gender, race and sexual orientation, disability status, economic status, educational attainment. It is very troubling within the United States that still, despite the advances and the advances in policy and conditions, that race is still the leading predictor of those outcomes. And so when we lead with race, we're also capturing predominantly all of the other identities first. So how can we do that and look to situations where we can apply? A few things of what we learned about ourselves so far today, a few things that have sparked some thoughts within us as we've learned things about policy. We're going to go back into breakout groups for about 5 minutes and go through another activity. So we're going to be asking a few questions of ourselves through a few scenarios, and these central questions I'm going to, for the sake of time, limit these discussions to the last 2 questions. Well, sorry, the last 3 questions. I can't leave you with without going too deep. How might I have thought about these things for myself and my team? How might the scenario impact folks living with, impact Black, Indigenous people of color, neurodiverse, or those people living with disabilities? And how can we make those interventions and competent responses to reduce impact? So I think we're going to jump right in here. So I'm going to have, I'm going to call you 3 group number 1. And those online, I'm going to have you all focus on scenario number 4 once I get to it. So if I could have a note taker for each of the 3 groups, that would really help me out here. And we go into the first scenario. So Anna is of Latino descent, a native Spanish speaker who recently joined the City of Dubuque workforce. She is glad that her coworker Sophia also speaks Spanish. One day, while Anna and Sophia are speaking Spanish, Max interrupted them by saying, "Please don't stop speaking Spanish, it's distracting. I hope you're not gossiping about us because we don't understand what you're saying." And the questions here, have you thought about how are my biases possibly influencing my reaction to the scenario? How might this scenario impact diverse folks or people with different identities? And what kind of policy intervention can be done to, or even individual intervention can be done to address this? So that's the first scenario you're all going through. Second scenario, group number 2. You want community members to learn about your service, so you organize an outreach event at Eagle Point Park. For those online, Eagle Point Park is at the north, south, east, west, help me out here. North end of town, at the top of the hill and kind of far away from most of the city center. So you organize an outreach event for 2 p.m. on Wednesday. You send emails and mail flyers in English inviting people to the event. As the event begins, you notice that 98% of the attendees are older, white, female, and able-bodied. Yeah. Okay. Scenario number 3. Ooh. Let's go to scenario. That was long. In Midwestville, 2012, Voters approved a $35 income tax to support school teachers and art-focused nonprofits. Residents aged 18 or older with $5,000 or more annual income are required to pay the tax. A postcard in English is mailed to every home, notifying them of their obligation to pay the tax. The tax can only be paid online by credit card. Debit cards are not accepted. So what are the issues that you see here? How might they be affecting folks across different identities? And what spurs thoughts within you as you read this from your own experiences? So that's questions that you're asking yourself. And for those online, scenario number 5. Answer calls for cities and non-emergency line. Call from community member who wants to see
Just that maybe the tax is unfair.
the call and claims that
Somebody making 5 or
call expresses that they're in her house and that she's afraid to leave her house home because she thinks her neighbor is sensitive. Questions to consider. You're all in one breakout room online. So create breakout rooms and send you all into one online. So we go in more. And well, for a second here, someone online can take a screen capture of this question. We'll give you 5 seconds.
No pressure.
No pressure.
If you want to, yeah, if you want to look at this, like, maybe you can catch a word here or there, sometimes you might.
So open all rooms and send them all to breakout room? Oh, okay. Ultimately, if they're over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't assign those two for some reason. Those things.
I mean, you have our scenario or whatever.
Are you by chance able to pull back up the 3 questions that we can look at them and all, or no?
Yes.
We can't all forget them. We tried to say.
That was a while ago.
I was trying to take a picture of them.
The physical disability.
My next speaker is an audience.
Okay.
Did I tell you that I was watched an interview with Charlie
But I have.
If I can see the participants, at the bottom of the page, and then they're all back. If we can see like down here, that means they're all back.
Yep, so do you want to open up that breakout room just to see?
Sure. I mean, not just the our culture, like, they needed extra assistance.
And,
They
okay,
needed
yep.
something.
Oh,
She was
so they're all back?
Yep, should be good.
Okay, we're gonna come back to our main group here. For folks in the room, report outs for those who would like to. We're gonna keep this rolling too. Yes.
We're waiting for you to like say
Yes,
something.
that.
So on our scenario, we had the one where there was two individuals that spoke Spanish and then Max came in and he didn't speak Spanish, I guess. We just thought very strongly that, of course, it's okay for them to speak their fluent Spanish when they are together, but when someone else walks into the room, I mean, not to say it should immediately stop, but it should kind of come to a halt so that Max feels included. Otherwise, they're kind of putting him out on a deserted island because he doesn't speak that language, so he's not being included.
Sure.
So, but I mean, does that answer the question?
That's wrong. Two,
We had two.
sorry.
So ours was the meeting that was held at 2 PM in the park. There's only gonna be a small pool of people that were even gonna be able to do it at that time, at that park. So of course, most people that are gonna be attending are the retired older people that can make it to this park. So there should be a wide range of maybe multiple different meetings,
Mhm.
multiple different areas, make them all accessible that people can get there regardless of disability. Print flyers in more than one language to include everybody in the mix. In different times, because 2 o'clock in the afternoon doesn't include any working people.
Good point. That's a good point, and I'll comment on that briefly because that's commonly something that we all do deal with, trying to get, participation and connection to the public to participate in anything that we
Right.
advertise. I will add too that multiple languages, yes. Different times, yes, and location, yes. Also think about where those populations do gather
Right.
and asking that question of, you know what, man, I put it on my website, I put it on our Twitter page or our social media, I sent them my email, people still didn't show up. Well, where are those people actually living online
Right.
or elsewhere? Go to where the people are.
Yeah, right.
But more so ask them about whether the message makes sense.
Right.
So go, ask, listen, repeat.
So ours was the tax one, and with this one, we noticed a lot of obvious ones right away. We felt that the 5,000, if you made 5,000 or more, you had to pay it. Well, there's a difference between someone that makes $6,000 and someone that makes 60,000. You know, it kind of was a small dollar amount that everyone fit into the same bracket, I guess. And then it was sent, the postcard was only in English and it was only mailed out. And those are 2 red flags. And also it had to be only done online. So there's some people that do not have the internet, or if they do have the internet, they don't know how to really use a computer. A lot of the elderly don't feel comfortable, and only paying by credit and debit cards. Not everyone has a debit and credit card, or they might not even have a bank account either. So only one form of payment was an issue too.
Thank you. Online, if someone could unmute themselves or put a few of their thoughts in the chat. The live group online.
While they're doing that, can I just ask a general question? So a lot of your scenarios have to do with things being sent out in English. And so like frequently it comes to my mind about social media. Do you know, is there such a thing? So, I mean, we have a prevalent amount of Hispanics in our community that I want to make sure that we're getting to them, or do you know, is there, I don't know how to ask this, but like if they go on Facebook, can they translate that into Spanish then? Because
There's a button.
Yeah.
there is a button. Okay, I mean, I'm not familiar with that, but I just wanted to make sure when you keep kind of emphasizing or that we're talking about how everything's in English, I didn't know like with social media or how they would translate that.
Sure, sure.
Okay.
So yes, there is a button.
Okay.
I will say that's also an algorithm and not typically a human person that's translating those things.
What'd you say it is?
That's an algorithm and not a human person. So
Oh.
sometimes that's not
Not-
a great translation.
Yeah.
How to move through that?
Yeah.
There are translators here in the city and in the area. You can contact my office to get in contact with those folks who offer translation services. The presentation lantern that offers immigration services and advocacy to folks within the tri-state area.
Okay.
The Galena Area Chamber of Commerce, actually, the Illinois Chamber of Commerce that has an office in Galena, has a pretty significant relationship with the Illinois Latino Chamber of Commerce. So those are two things or three things.
Because like if you use like translation on Facebook, I know it'll translate like a post, but would it translate like a poster that you put on?
Not very well.
Okay, I've only ever seen it like with what somebody actually writes, so,
Yeah.
yeah. comment.
Yeah. Creating a language access, you can look to create or think about creating a language access plan. So with that, you think about, yes, translations. You consider comprehension that most folks, I think, read at a 7th grade, 4th grade, 6th grade. You read at a middle school level. And even just reading on your own information technology officer or department to ask, that doesn't translate very well to a mobile device. And there are a lot of different colors and fonts here. I mean, sure, those are best practices, but if you don't have a conversation about how that stuff is being absorbed by the populations that you're sending it to, then you're throwing this stuff into the wind. Okay. So from this exercise, and this is one thing I want to leave you all with, is that I want you to ask these questions. How can a service that you provide increase access, meaningful participation for underrepresented communities? And you can do so using a lens that, I think I accidentally took out my slides. Oh, there it is. Using what's called an equity lens. So at its foundation, these are the girding questions to ask whether our intent and our impact is working best for everyone. So who would benefit or be burdened by a proposal or an action? Would low-income households or communities of color experience a disproportionate burden? Understanding data. What does the various data tell us about who's affected? Specifically looking at race, income, languages spoken, ability, gender, and even neighborhood. Community engagement. How do we engage those who are not often represented in decision-making, or those most impacted by inequities? Do we engage those people early enough in the process to have an impact? Decision-making. Who sits at the decision-making table? Who has the power to invite or participate? Whose interests are being represented? And has a conversation with those folks, stakeholders, about burdens and benefits and have. Sure, they are the ones that make that decision, but could that conversation grow? Or that sphere of influence grow? And then implementation. How can we advance that equity through goals of a policy or a program? And then accountability and communication. How are we making sure that anything that we're introducing as an intervention is making any impact? What's the data tell us about current conditions? And can we prove that interventions made a difference? You contact my office as well. I have a few different calculations about how to use population data and whatever intervention that you're trying to introduce to create what's called an equity score. That I can go into to a deeper degree if you contact me after the activity today. So in closing here, there are a few narratives against this type of work that I would be remiss, it wouldn't do you all justice if we didn't address these things in the room, such as that systemic racism does not exist, that talking about race is inherently divisive, that we must and should be colorblind, and then lack of hard work or personal accountability is the primary driver of racial inequities. And that white people will be victims when we talk about race or address systemic racism in a meaningful way. This zero-sum type of thinking that advances in one area, one group, means that it's being taken away from someone else. But here's some counter narratives to this. We all deserve an honest education about discrimination in our country. Systemic racism has and still affects us all. Learning about the history of systemic racism and bias and how it informs our present helps us all become wiser and stronger. And the caricatures of racial equity work are used to kind of rob us of our history and divide us. So that the status quo can be maintained, but addressing harmful impacts of bias and systemic racism, it will benefit us all. More closing thoughts. but just I'll only talk and emphasize just one of these things. You know, what are some of the challenges that you're facing and ideas for addressing them in this space? And if you're in a community with few non-white, immigrant, or disabled residents, how might the information I provided today be used to address other inequities, like those arising from socioeconomic factors or ability? And just generally, what would you like to learn more about here? Introducing skills, tools, knowledge for incorporating bias, interruption, and racial equity work into focusing on policy, interpersonal relationships, and community inclusion is just one step forward in making government work for everyone in our city, in your city, virtually and beyond. So it's an appropriate response according to your ability in the situation. We all have this shared responsibility to make our spaces, our shared spaces, better for everyone. Thank you.
Unmute yourself anytime you want. Christine Knapp was scheduled to talk, but she's has a slight emergency that she's handling. But she was going to talk about the EPA DNR mandate regarding water lines, and her coworker was able to get Mike Zach to cover for her. And Mike, I mean, whatever you want to tell us, just tell us everything you know. Oh, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the introduction. So I'm filling in for Christine Knapp. My name is Mike Zock. I'm the Water Distribution Engineering Manager here in the city of Cedar Rapids. Like I said, today I'm going to go over the lead and copper rules revisions. If you have any questions, feel free to just shout them out, stop me, and I can try to answer those as we go here. So just a little bit of background. The EPA established the lead and copper rule in 1991. Put that in perspective, I was born in 1990, so this is an old rule that's been in effect for a while now. The revisions to the rule became effective recently, though, and that was back in December of 2021. And right now we're basically in the transition period from where the revisions are being put into effect, and we're now working towards compliance for 2024. So the key elements of the revisions are an inventory of all water service lines is required. And when we talk about inventory, we're talking about mainly the materials. So is it copper? Is it galvanized? Is it lead? Lead, of course, being the stuff that we're trying to remove, as well as galvanized. It requires a lead service line replacement plan. And this is essentially a plan that your city would have that establishes sort of SOPs about how the city is going to handle replacing these service lines and how that whole system is going to work. It requires some public education and outreach. It increases monitoring and sampling requirements and increases the level of reporting to the regulatory agency, which in our case is the Iowa DNR. Some of this information is going to be Cedar Rapids specific. So in this case, this slide is all sort of a little bit of history about Cedar Rapids, what our service line inventory currently looks like. So like I mentioned earlier, the inventory is going to be due October 16th, 2024. That is something you should be working on if you're not currently. That's sort of the number one priority, is getting that inventory done. Then you know what you have and you can start making a plan as far as what you need to replace. So here in Cedar Rapids, we have approximately 50,000 service lines, and that's our most recent data. About 9,000 of those have been identified as lead. A little over 18,000 have been identified as non-lead. So that would be copper, galvanized, ductile iron, anything that is obviously not lead. And then the largest component of our inventory is this 22,000 unknowns, where we may have an idea of what we think it is, but we just don't know for sure based on our records. Either the records are not very accurate, or we have no records at all, and so we just have to classify them as unknown. And you really want to make it a point to reduce those numbers of unknowns, because the unknowns are going to be considered lead as far as the EPA goes. So you want to obtain as much data to reduce those unknowns. And some of the methods you might be able to employ would be researching your tap records. So hopefully you have records of the taps that were made and the materials that were installed. If you've got water service reps that are going into homes on a daily basis, they could be filling out information about the service line materials they're seeing inside the house. This could also be done during water meter replacements. Another method is just going out and doing some potholing, where you take a hydro excavator and you're spraying water and sucking soil out, so you can get a visual representation of that pipe and look to see what type of material it is. And here in Cedar Rapids, we're working through our service line inventory. It is essentially done. We're just working on reducing the number of unknowns we have. And we actually have an online map that's being developed for the public, where they can go out and view. They can click on their house and they can determine what their service line material is. Some more information that's sort of Cedar Rapids specific, but it may apply to other cities as well. So here in Cedar Rapids, typically services that were installed prior to 1950 are going to be likely lead on the public portion. And when I say public portion, I refer to from the water main up to the curb stop or the shut off for the service line. So here in Cedar Rapids, the public portion is that portion from the main to the curb stop. And the private side is after the curb stop all the way into the house. And services installed after 1970 are most likely going to be copper. And so you have that weird transition period between 1970 and 1950, where you have a possibility where it could be lead, it could be copper, but a lot of times we just don't know. So that's where it's helpful to get into houses and visually verify the materials or do potholing or stuff like that. One of the things we're looking at right now is obviously replacing the lead service lines. The new rules will require full replacement of lead services and galvanized downstream of lead if you exceed these thresholds. So if you're a community that has lead service lines and you're exceeding these specific thresholds, you're going to have to start your replacement. Here in Cedar Rapids, we are not exceeding these thresholds. We have a couple of things we're doing. We do corrosion control treatment, which helps coat the inside lining of the pipes to prevent lead from leaching into the water. And so we're not reaching these action levels or trigger levels here in Cedar Rapids, but other communities might be. So it's something you want to be looking at. Here specifically in Cedar Rapids, we add orthophosphate, which creates that lining on the inside of the pipe. And the public side of lead service lines are being replaced with projects and otherwise encountered. So if we're out doing capital improvement projects, we're actively replacing lead service lines anytime we encounter them. That is a good strategy. You don't want to be putting it off for later. If you're exposing it now, now is the time to replace it, because eventually it's going to need to be replaced anyways. I mentioned earlier sort of the responsibility here in Cedar Rapids as far as ownership goes. Again, this is one of those things that's going to vary from city to city. In some cities, it's possible that the municipality may own from the water main all the way to the house. That's less likely. The diagram that's shown on the screen here is pretty common, where the public portion is considered from the point of the water main up into the curb stop. And the curb stop is what is actually used as a valve to turn the service line on or off. And then most of the times, in most communities, the private property owner's responsibility is going to be from that curb stop or shut off box into the house. The lead service line replacement program we're currently using here in Cedar Rapids, we're taking a proactive approach for projects beginning in FY23. And here in Cedar Rapids, our fiscal year runs from July to June. So when I say FY23, that means starting July 1st of 2022 and then running to June 2023. As far as the public outreach we're doing, one of the things that we send out to the customers and the property owners is a lead service line replacement notification letter. And we do this early in the design process. So if we know we're going to be working on a street and doing some street replacement and storm sewer and other capital improvement work, while we're designing the project with our consultant, we send out these letters letting not only the customer know, but also the property owner know, hey, we're going to be in your area working. We're going to be replacing your lead service line. Here are some of the concerns related to lead service line replacement. And we give them the opportunity to coordinate that replacement with us in that project. And then later we do another notification to them after the project has been bid and awarded. So we're giving the customers and owners multiple points of communication. It's not just a one and done thing. We're giving them sort of progressive notices. And the last thing that we would give them is a flush and test letter. This essentially tells them, okay, what do you need to do after we make this replacement? And one of the important things with lead service line replacements is the flushing afterwards. Because anytime lead is disturbed, it has a tendency to to make that transfer into the water and then obviously into people's bodies when they drink or they cook with it. So there's important information in that flush and test letter that tells the customer how to deal with that situation. And then for projects beginning construction in FY23, again, we're working with homeowners to coordinate our city's contractor work and then private side replacement. Because currently we are only replacing the public side at this point. We have not been replacing the private side. So we offer to the customer to coordinate that replacement if they choose to replace the private side. One caveat to the private side replacements is that they must replace the entire service line. We're working to incorporate that into our municipal code. So something, for instance, if they did have a lead service line or a galvanized line, we wouldn't allow them to do a temporary repair if it started leaking. We would ask for them to replace it fully and not do any repairs on galvanized or lead. Private side lead service line replacements are privately funded, so at this point, we're not offering funding, but I will mention that the grants that are out there, if you are applying for grants, in order to get that grant money, you will need to do full service line replacements. You will not be able to do partial replacements. So you wouldn't be able to just replace the public portion. You'd have to replace the public and the private as part of receiving that grant funding. And if you do any partial replacements, if you choose to go that route, pitchers and filters that remove lead would need to be supplied. And 6 months or 120 gallons is the amount of filtration that needs to be provided. So I know that was a lot of information to throw at you. Hopefully that's helpful. If you have any questions, I have my contact information down there. Otherwise, if you want to send them in the chat, I can answer them. Or if someone wants to shout out some questions, I'd be more than happy to try and answer those.
Anybody have any questions for Mike? I really, really appreciate you jumping in here, Mike.
No problem.
Yeah. No question? Don't, I wouldn't know what to ask. Well, thank you, Mike, and thanks everybody for attending. I do have paper copies of the self-defense. I just made a whole copy of that booklet he had, and the stretches are in the back. So they're out on the table there. Yeah, that's it. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you gonna be-
Yeah.